Hello everyone, this is Logan59XP for a bit of a historic stream here. Not because what we're doing today is anything all that special, we're just doing another Smash stream because why not? I kind of feel like it, and it's been, a few months at this point, so why not? But also because this is the first stream that I have done on both YouTube and Twitch. Yes, you heard that correctly. Your eyes are not deceiving you. For all you 86 people that follow my Twitch account still, after 2 years of nothing over there, there's actually something happening for once. I know, isn't that something? But yeah, so you're probably wondering, okay, why am I streaming to Twitch and YouTube? Because I've been streaming to YouTube exclusively for the last 2 years. Well, here's why. The reason why is because there's a new multi-streaming plugin that's out that makes streaming to multiple platforms a lot more customizable than something like Restream.io, which is what I used to use like many years ago in like 2019, 2020, when I used to stream to like YouTube, Twitch, and Mixer. Remember Mixer? Like all at the same time, but I was limited to like the same bitrate and the same settings. But with this new plugin, I could stream to say 4K 60 on YouTube, but then 1080p 60 on Twitch, because of course Twitch is still currently stuck with the annoying 1080p 60 6 megabit H.264 only. That's going to be changing in the future, though, with HEVC and AV1 coming to Twitch sometime soon-ish, supposedly. There's been beta tests and stuff, but officially for Joe Schmo, you're still limited to the classic 1080 66 megabits H.264. Since I'm on an AMD graphics card, you don't want to use the H.264 encoder. The HEVC encoder's fine, but the H.264 encoder, not so much. So what I'm doing for this stream, to make sure that both YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers get about an equal experience, and also for latency reasons, even though I could stream to 1440p or 4K on YouTube and then 1080p to Twitch at the same time with this plugin, no issues, because of YouTube's limitations on latency with higher resolutions. For those of you that don't know, if you stream to 4K on YouTube, you're limited to normal latency, which means you're getting a 20 to 30 second delay, and that's obviously completely unacceptable for a stream like this, where interaction with the chat matters. That's like half the reason I even do these Smash streams, just to talk with you guys. If you do 1440p, you get low latency, which is good enough. That's what I've been streaming with on YouTube for a while, as I've been doing 1440p instead. But because Twitch's latency is lower than the low latency setting on YouTube, for this stream, I'm doing 1080p 60 to YouTube, with HEVC though, of course, instead of H.264, but still 1080 60, so I can do the ultra low latency option, which is about 2 seconds, which is about equivalent to what you get on Twitch with their low latency setting. So basically, long story short, sorry for the preamble, guys, but I want to explain this whole, why am I doing Twitch again, kind of, sort of. But we'll see how this pans out. This is kind of a test run to see how well this plugin works and see how people kind of respond to my Twitch channel, if anyone's going to, show up or whatever, or just, just seeing how this turns out in general. So again, apologies for this preamble. We'll get to the game in a second, I promise. We'll get to the game in a second. But long story short, we're streaming to YouTube and Twitch at 1080 60. 6 megs to Twitch, of course, was that's still the limit. But to YouTube, I'm actually streaming at like 30 megs, even though you're not going to see anywhere near that on your guys' end because of compression and stuff. But I got gigabit fiber now, so I can send as big of a pipe as I want to YouTube. So I figured I may as well send. The highest you can go on YouTube is 50, but for 1080p, when it's going to get crushed down anyway, I'll just do 30. Whatever. Point is, it's an equal experience. Whether you're watching the stream on YouTube or you're watching the stream on Twitch, it should be pretty much the same on paper as far as quality and latency is concerned, but we'll see. Again, this is kind of a test run of sorts here. And I wanted to do this test run on something that's, low risk. I don't want to risk doing this on, the Switch 2 reveal stream when we do that in a few months or whatever. I want to do this on something where if it goes wrong, it's not the end of the world. It's a Smash stream. It's, pretty big, honest, disposable. I like doing these, don't get me wrong, but I mean, let's be real here. In the grand scheme of things, these are pretty disposable streams that if they were snapped off the face of the planet, wouldn't be a big loss. But anyways, enough with that preamble. Let's get to what you're all here for. Yeah, so... Yeah, so it's been about 2 months since the last time I did one of these. And last stream was the last time I did one of these. It went pretty well. So I'm hoping we're going to get that again, but obviously we'll see. Maybe this is one of those fluke streams where no one really shows up, but hey, we'll just see what happens. So let's go ahead and make sure. I'm sure everything is going to be set up and be fine, but oh wow, the timing on this. Well, then again, I guess they would know, would they? I was actually going to mention this after I talked about all the multi-streaming stuff, but another reason I'm doing this today is because, well, for those of you that don't know or don't remember, today, I was going to do a stream for this, but I kind of decided against it, so I'm doing this instead. But anyways, point is, for those of you that don't know or don't remember, 10 years ago today, on September 13th, 2014, was the day that Smash 3DS launched in Japan. Which means that we can now officially say 100% that yes, Smash 4 is officially 10 years old. Now, it's only one version, and only the Japanese version. The American version didn't come out until October 3rd. And spoiler alert, I'm gonna most likely do a Smash 3DS stream via, like, Lime 3DS, which if you don't know what Lime 3DS is, it's, like, the main kind of, like, successor to Citra after all the stuff that went down earlier this year. But anyways, so yeah, I was gonna do that today, maybe, but I was kind of like, do I want to do this for the Japanese anniversary or the American anniversary? Because, of course, if I wanted to be technical about it, the Japanese anniversary is the correct one, but at the same time, you know, I mean, for us, it was October 3rd, so I figured we'll just do it on October 3rd. And then, obviously, when November 21st rolls around, we'll do a thing for Smash Wii U and all that stuff, but that's a few months from now, of course. But anyway, so, yeah, Smash 4 is technically 10 years old now, so I hope you, so that's, yeah, man, so much time has gone by, so much has changed in those 10 years, man. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again, but these two games, Smash 3, this stream is not about Smash 4, obviously. I'll have more time to talk about this when we actually do Smash 4 streams for the 2 anniversaries later on, but Smash 4, it may not be the best Smash game, but it had a really big impact on me when it came out. It's something that I could talk about for a long time, probably, and I'm not going to talk about it too much now, because I could talk about it for way too long, and there's already tons of other things we'll talk about in the stream anyway, but yeah, Smash 4 is a really, really important game to me, so, you know, the fact that it's been 10 years, man, so much has changed for me, and so much has changed since then, but again, I'll go over that whole spiel whenever I do those streams. And I also want to do some kind of, like, look back, you know, discussion or something at some point. But again, we'll see about that when that happens. Point is, because it's the anniversary today, that's why they're rerunning this event again. Because obviously, ever since Ultimate wrapped up with Sora, they've kind of stopped doing new events, and they've been rerunning all the old ones every once in a while. And because it's the anniversary, they decided to rerun this one. So I'm sure they'll rerun it again when Smash Wii U's anniversary happens in November, but yeah, so it's cool they're rerunning that. Not that those events really matter all that much, but, you know, it's cool that they, you know about, hey, it's been 10 years, so we'll rerun it. Okay, so let's load up this menu real quick. I just want to make sure that all my stuff is set up. It probably is, because I haven't really messed with it all that much. I really haven't messed with modding in this game, honestly, in, like, a long time. Like, really. So, like, I just have my Actually in Order mod from a long time ago. It still works, of course. If you want to download it, it's over on Game Banana. And then I have a couple of mods I downloaded. Like, I have the Dragon Quest Orchestral mod, which I feel like is just a requirement. Like, if you're gonna mod Smash Ultimate, this is, like, one of, like, the baseline de facto requirements, in my opinion. Fixing a problem that never should have existed in the original just because of Sugiyama being Sugiyama or whatever. At least as far as we know. I don't think that's ever been officially confirmed, but that's been the speculation. And of course, Sugiyama passed away a few years ago, so maybe by the time the next game rolls around, you know, if Hero comes back, then maybe they could put in the orchestral versions now because he owns his company owned the rights or whatever. That's a whole other conversation. Again, we're getting sidetracked here. Then I have this Windows XP background, which I like a lot, so we're going to use that. And then that's just, yeah, unrestricted camera. That's mainly useful for whenever I want to do, like, stuff for editing or whatever, but that hasn't really been a thing for me in a while. Anyways. Enough with me rambling on here. Apologies, but it's been a little while since I've done one of these. So I haven't seen him show up yet, but I did tell Valentine Buster, if anyone remembers him from a long time ago. He used to join in on these streams quite a bit back in the day. I remember I told him that, hey, I'm going to be doing this, and and he did respond. He didn't say he was going to show up, because I don't know if he's busy or whatever. But I don't know. I did tell him about it, though, so maybe he'll show up, maybe he won't. But either way, yeah, we'll just keep going here. So let's see. Anything goes, you know. Yeah, there's a part of me that's tempted to try and, well, how much stuff can I really restrict here? Like, can I pick what stages we're stuck with? Like, if I picked random and had the random set to, like, 3DS stages, could I do that? I'm not going to do that right now. I don't want to do that right now anyway, but it's just like, could I do it if I really wanted to? Okay, let's go ahead and put on the obligatory tournament music that I've been doing for a while on these. Where is it? This one, right? Yep. LAFAD Valley Response Videos. Hey, you're back. I remember you from the last stream. I mean, I know you subscribed, but I don't know. I feel like people don't tend to come back as often as they used to. So it's nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. And again, thank you for subscribing from the last stream. I appreciate it. Even though I don't really do that much on YouTube, as I have probably joked about for 2 years now at this point, how I never put out anything except for discussion videos and reaction streams. When are you going to upload a real video? It's been 2 years. One of these days I'll actually do that. But alrighty then. So yeah, we're just gonna do standard stuff here. So yeah, 3 stock, not like these rules. Yeah, I wish you could do stage morph. Can you do final smash me? Oh, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. I don't know. I normally stick to pretty kind of vanilla settings whenever I do these streams personally. Nothing really crazy. Not that I'm against doing that. I have no issues with items or final smash meter or any of that stuff. I'm all for that. It's just, I don't think I have that turned on right now, because most of these streams I just don't really do that. It's like the standard. So for standard, yeah, items are off. Hazards on. Obviously, there's no stage morph on this. There's no stage morph, of course, on online, which is... I mentioned this in a video I made a few years ago in 2020 where I talked about, like, things I wanted to see them add to Smash Ultimate, you know, kind of during that period where they were adding stuff to the game still. And I remember I brought up, like, you know, hey, everyone focuses on, like, the online connection, right? Whenever people complain about Smash Ultimate's online, it's 99% of the time the netcode. And that is the biggest problem, obviously. But even if the netcode was perfect and it was identical to playing offline, you still wouldn't have stage morph. You still wouldn't have Smashdown. You still wouldn't have Squad Strike. You still wouldn't have Special Smash. There's a lot of modes that are missing on the online side of things for both public matches and private matches that still wouldn't be there, even if the online was perfect. But people don't talk about that because the netcode is such a bigger problem, which is fair enough, but I'm just saying. And I'm the kind of person that tends to not really focus on the negatives too much, but that's just something I've kind of noticed. Is like, no one really complains about, like, you can't do, you know, Squad Strike or Smashdown or whatever online. No one really talks about that because there's a much bigger, you know, fish to fry when it comes to the online, obviously. But I don't know. Maybe, you know, if we get an Ultimate Deluxe or whatever, maybe we can get it then. I don't know. That's a video I've been I'm such a broken record with this, but, and I've probably mentioned this before, like 3 or 4 times at this point in previous streams, but I'll just say it again because why not? I have been thinking of doing essentially like a sequel to that video that I just mentioned from 2020. But essentially it would be, you know, what I want to see them add to a Smash Ultimate Deluxe. I wouldn't rehash any of the things I said in that previous video because everything in that previous video still stands and would still apply to an Ultimate Deluxe. But, like, add stuff in addition to that, maybe. Or, you know, just something like that. But, again, we'll see. Me and making videos is not exactly a common thing these days. Because it's just so easy not to. It's so easy to do something else and not actually sit down and record audio and write a script and whatever. It's so easy to not do that. Even though there's tons of stuff I'm not talking about that I could be talking about. But hey, we can always talk about that stuff during these streams, and we will talk about stuff during these streams. We'll be talking about some recent news, you know, from the last, you know, month or so that I haven't really had a chance to comment on, really. Of course, we'll be talking about some recent stuff. We'll be talking about, you know, the PS5 Pro and all that kind of stuff. And of course, we'll be talking about the fact that it's almost halfway through, we're almost halfway through the month already, and we haven't had a direct yet, which isn't surprising because we had the partner showcase at the end of last month. So of course the question is it time? Is it finally time? Is the moment finally here? Or are they finally going to announce it? Well, we'll talk about that in a second. Anyways, enough of me. Again, apologies for me just kind of rambling here, but but honestly, this is just kind of how it works for me. I always talk for like 15, 30 minutes before we actually do the thing we're supposed to be doing. I do this with like one of my friends all the time when I call him and we like play stuff. I literally just talk to him about stuff for like 30 minutes and then we start playing a game, even though I could be playing the game and talking to him at the same time, obviously. But I don't know, it's just what I do for some reason, even though I probably shouldn't. But yeah, I don't know, we'll just keep it on standard stuff for right now. Yeah, public. No password. Yeah. That's all good for now. We can change it later, obviously, if we want to. You know, I've never messed with this option before. The rotation option. I don't think I've ever mentioned it in all my years of doing Smash streams. What have I always left it on? I think that's what it's been on by default. The last place player goes to the back of the line. Do you guys go back to the line? I don't know, we'll just put it on this, I guess. Name of the stream. Well, while I am streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now, I'm probably going to prioritize YouTube, because honestly, YouTube is the one that's more important. But at the same time, equal opportunity, I guess. So we'll go ahead and do both. Yes, I'm being very transparent and blatant with the promotion for this tag, I'll admit, but that's kind of the point. I'm not asking for people to subscribe or follow whatever. It's not about that. It's just I want people to, you know, be in the chat, you know? So that's why I'm kind of being like, you know, hey, youtube.com/ you know, so yeah, I guess apologies for the blatant promotion here, but that is kind of the point, just to get people in the chat. There we go. It's blatant, but it gets the job done, I guess. Alrighty then. Yeah, this background, I really like this background. It's really cool with the Windows XP. I'm actually playing with the GameCube controller this time. I think the last time I did this in July, I think I was just using the Pro controller. You know, speaking of Smash 4 being 10 years old, so the GameCube controller that I have is actually a Smash 4 GameCube controller. It's the white one that was only available in Japan, and I imported it off Amazon back in February, March 2015. I'm not entirely sure which one. I'm leaning towards March, but, you know, February, March 2015, and it's been going strong for 9 years. And the buttons haven't really worn out or anything like that. I haven't had to replace anything. It's pretty much just worked. Although, the controller has yellowed to some extent. It's not horrible. It's not like, you know, old, you know, SNES yellow or anything like that, but it has yellowed somewhat. So, it's there, but it's not like a huge deal. It still looks white, just more yellowish white. But obviously at some point I'm going to have to replace this controller, and honestly I might just try and find one of these exact controllers again on like eBay for selling, even if I have to pay a higher price to get one because they're not being made anymore. Because, well, I'm sure Nintendo is going to make GameCube controllers again when the next game comes out. I really like the white, and I really like the Smash 4 like flame logo that's on this controller much more than like the Smash Ultimate, you know, flat, you know, line symbol, you know. So I'd like another one of these controllers again, but hey, we'll see. But hey, to be fair, the next Smash game is probably going to have an updated design for the controller anyway, so it'll probably be better than one we had for the Ultimate controllers. But anyways, we'll go and start off on good old Battlefield. Can't go wrong with Battlefield. And I'll go ahead and throw up the ID, obviously, so people can actually join this darn thing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can talk about. Some stuff that I might be burning for a potential video instead. Like, stuff I could be talking about in, like, Yeah, there is some stuff I could do a discussion video on, but I could also just talk about it here. Like, yeah, we'll talk about, yeah, some of the recent stuff. We'll talk about PS5 Pro. We'll talk about all the recent, you know, we'll talk about Zen 5, because I know Zen 5 is kind of old news at this point, but, you know, all the stuff that's happened with Zen 5, we'll talk about that a bit. I want to talk about Marvel stuff, because I haven't talked about Marvel stuff in a long time. And I do kind of want to talk about it, because it's been on the back burner for quite some time. And, yeah. So, again, go ahead and put this up. Yeah, I don't know if Valentine Buster's gonna join in or not. I haven't seen him pop up in either chat yet. But we know that LAFD is going to join in a bit, though, so that's great. So let's go ahead and put up that ID and update it. Still got the ID from the last stream. 5F. Capital, of course. 5F BHB. There we go. So now, once we're in the middle of a match, if people want to join in, they got the ID. I should probably go ahead and send a message to Aya's Elbows, because he did send me a message. So fun fact. So I've mentioned how this is actually the first Twitch stream in like 2 years. Well, that's practically correct, but it technically isn't, because I actually did accidentally I did like an accidental test stream that lasted like a couple of seconds, like a few weeks ago, by accident, when I was testing out the multi-streaming thing. I didn't realize that clicking on a certain button, like, made the stream go live. And he actually noticed that, and he sent me a message. I was like, hey, when did you start streaming on Twitch again? I got some kind of notification or whatever, and I explained, oh yeah, I was testing out this multi-streaming thing, but I didn't mean to start at that time, etc., etc., but yeah, so clearly he's still paying attention from... I think he has done the YouTube. I think he has joined on the YouTube streams before, but he's more of a Twitch person, as far as I can tell. I don't really know, so that's why I'm thinking maybe if I stream to Twitch, maybe he'll join back in or something. I don't know. No one's joined in yet. By the way, I would have gotten Dylan in on this because he was here for the last one. But I tried calling him and I got sent to voicemail, so I'm guessing he's not available right now. So we're gonna have to do this solo, which means I have to entirely rely on people actually showing up for the stream to be interesting. But I guess that's just how it is, right? As far as I can tell, the Twitch feed and YouTube feed seem to be fine. 1080p 60. See advanced video stats. Yeah, so apparently right now, all right, we got someone in here, Big B. So yeah, right now on Twitch, the latency is about a second or so. And I believe on YouTube, it's probably about 2 seconds. Oh, whoa, hold on, we got 2 people. Let me go and change character, because I just realized I'm still on Richter from last stream. I remember last stream, me and Dylan pretty much just did random, I think. I'm tempted to do that, but maybe not immediately. I don't know, I guess we'll do Joker, I suppose. Oh, we got another Joker. Alrighty then, first match. Yeah, I'd open up the other stream here to see how it looks. I'll do that after this one. I got more than enough internet bandwidth to have basically as many things going as I want, because actually this is the first gaming stream I've done ever since I got the internet upgrade. I did mention this in my Nintendo Direct Museum stream I did when that happened, but I actually have better internet now than I did when I did the last Smash stream. My last Smash stream was it was at the beginning of July, and that was back when I was on Spectrum, and the Spectrum plan that we had was 500 down, 20 up. Good download, not so great upload. And that really bugged me because that was actually one of the things that was impeding me from streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, was the fact that I didn't really have enough bandwidth to stream at the quality I wanted across both services, you know. But now we're on a Frontier gigabit, so we have so that's 1 gig up, 1 gig down. And if you don't know what that is, that basically means 1,000 megs up and down. So I basically have all the bandwidth I'm ever going to need, basically, for anything like this. I could stream to, like, 15 different platforms at once if I really wanted to. Not that I think the graphics card would be able to handle that many encodes, but the point is, now I can basically do whatever I want in terms of streaming. I'm no longer limited in terms of how much upload I have. So I could stream, you know, to YouTube and Twitch at, like, 50 megs each if I really wanted to or could. I can't do that because Twitch doesn't let you go anywhere near that high, and that would also be kind of a waste if I'm being honest, even as someone that likes my bit rate. But yeah, so we have better internet now, so that's one of the reasons why I'm able to do this multi-stream. I was considering streaming the Splatfest, because of course right now, for those of you that don't know, the big final Splatfest for Splatoon 3 is happening right now, and they added a brand new lobby area, which is really cool. It's like a festival theme in the desert, which I didn't know they were gonna do. I mean, I know I saw like bits and pieces of it in like one of the trailers, but I didn't think they were gonna actually have it be like playable. I thought that was gonna be just for like maybe like a cutscene or something. I don't know. I didn't think they were going to actually have a whole new playable area just for it. That's like really neat. Too bad it's probably going to go away and never be accessible again when this is all over. So you're going to have to hack into the files or whatever in order to access it again. Unless they make it accessible, you know, permanently after the fact, which would be cool. I don't know if they're going to do that, though. Then again, in Splatoon 2, they did make all the Shifty Station maps available for anyone to play when the game was kind of finished. So, yeah, so maybe they'll let you go to that Grand Festival area, like, whenever you want at some point. I hope so. I hope it's not just locked behind this, like, limited time event, because it'd be really kind of weird to, like, for them to spend all that time making all that brand new area that it's only accessible, like, for a couple of days, you know? Seems kind of weird to me. So what's kind of funny, though, about this multi-streaming setup is that the way I have it set up, I have YouTube set as, like, the main stream, and then I have Twitch set up as the secondary stream, and because of that, the stats box in OBS isn't accounting for the Twitch stream at all. So, in theory, I'm streaming at 36 megabits right now. 30 megs to YouTube and 6 megs to Twitch. But in the stats thing, it only says 30. It doesn't have that 6 in there, probably because that, like, the Twitch part is kind of its own separate, like, boxed thing or whatever. But as far as I can tell, everything's running fine. And obviously, the network meter is there, too. So obviously, if the network, you know, if the stream went haywire, it would tell me either way. And obviously, it would affect both the YouTube and Twitch streams in the first place. Yeah, this kind of reminds me, you know, a series that's been on the back burner for me for quite a while, actually, honestly? Persona. I really like Persona, but it's kind of been on the back burner for like a good year. I haven't played Reload, even though I can play it on Game Pass. I haven't played it yet. I did play Tactica, which is a fun game, but it's completely, like, unimportant. It's basically Q3, for those of you that haven't played it. It's basically Q3 in all but name. It's Q3 minus the other two, you know, minus P3 and P4. But it's essentially that kind of, you know, it's fun, it's neat, but you don't have to play it if you don't want to. I guess what I'm trying to say. You know, Strikers is a game you should play, because that game is canon and actually matters, and is actually it's also a really fun game. But, like, Tactica is really just an optional side game. It really doesn't matter that much, all things considered. But, you know, Reload's obviously a big deal, being the long-awaited remake of Persona 3. And, of course, The Answer finally came out recently. I think it just launched the other day. Which is also, that's one of the reasons why I've actually waited on playing it, is because I wanted to wait until The Answer was out. No FMC, of course, but hey, we got The Answer, and that's more important than the FMC, in my opinion. Even though it'd be nice to have both, obviously, in an ideal world. And hey, maybe if we do get, you know, Persona 3 Reloaded Ultimate Super Edition in a few years, maybe we'll get it then. But they've been pretty insistent that we're not going to do another version. So obviously, we'll see what happens with that. It's almost 10:30 here, so LAFD should be joining sometime soon. Or maybe he already has, and I don't even know. I actually don't remember what his name is in the game. Although I'm sure he'll tell me. Another minor change that's happened since the last Smash stream, it doesn't really matter, but it's just kind of like a thing, I guess, is I have a new Ethernet adapter. It doesn't make any difference, really. It's just I have another one, because the one I was using before was an Amazon Basics adapter, and it worked just fine. There wasn't anything wrong with it. It's just that the cable was too short, so you couldn't really close the side of the dock correctly without, like, bending the cable and fitting it into that small little, like, cubby hole at the top, and I really didn't like that. So I got a different adapter, a U-Green adapter, that has a cable that can extend all the way outside and be a lot cleaner and nicer. So I have that now. I also bought an Ethernet adapter for the Wii U, believe it or not. Even though it really doesn't matter at this point, because obviously, you know, online is dead for the Wii U. Obviously, we did the stream earlier this year when that happened. But the reason why I got it was because one, I got a new Ethernet switch when we got the new internet, and that had more ports on it. So I was kind of like, hey, may as well buy a cheated, buy an adapter for the Wii U just so we can have it on the Ethernet and not, clogging up the, 2.4 gigahertz, because the 2.4 gigahertz band on the Wi-Fi is really congested, or in my room at least, and whatnot. I don't know, it's a whole thing I'm sure none of you guys care about, but point is, I got a new Ethernet adapter for the Switch, and I got an Ethernet adapter for the Wii U, even though for the Wii U it really doesn't matter at this point because the online is all shut down. Except, of course, Pretendo exists, right? We have Pretendo, and I haven't used it yet, really. I have the plugin, the Aroma plugin set up for it on my Wii U, but I haven't actually, tried playing online with it because I think the servers are still kind of, beta and private or whatever. I don't know. I do have an account set up on the website, but I haven't really gotten to try anything out yet for real. But at some point, I do want to do a stream where we, play some, Splatoon or Smash Wii U online using Pretendo at some point. That's kind of one of the reasons why I got that adapter is hey, I've never played, Smash Wii U online on a wired connection ever, so I can do that now, even though it really probably won't matter that much, but yeah. So I guess at this point we may as well start talking about some stuff for real here. I mean, obviously I did the little internet tangent, but let's actually talk about some stuff. I'm probably not going to talk about the Zen stuff as much because there's really not that much I have to say about it at this point. I mean, what's there to say about Zen 5 that hasn't already been said, It's kind of a nothing burger in terms of performance, even with the, 105 watt, patch that they just rolled out instead of the 75 watts or 70 watts that it originally launched with. And it's kind of a nothing burger, which is a problem, obviously, because that means it's not really an upgrade. But it's also a problem because the big selling point of AMD is the motherboard longevity, right? The socket longevity, the famous Intel 2 generations. This has been an exception. We have Alder Lake, Raptor Lake, and Raptor Lake Refresh 12th, 13th, and 14th gen for the current Intel boards, but of course there's been all the stuff with Raptor Lake that's kind of made that whole thing not really matter, so yeah, but that's a whole other thing, and that's been beaten to death, the whole Raptor Lake thing. I have nothing to add to that. Everything that could be said about the Raptor Lake situation from a month ago has been said. It's obviously a really bad situation, and it kind of makes Intel, at least for the high-end chips, kind of a non-starter for people. But everyone's talked about that to death. I got nothing else to add about it. But the reason why the Zen 5 thing intrigues me is mainly because what is this going to do to AM5's longevity in the long run? Really, right? Because the big thing with AMD ever since AM4 was longevity, right? Because on AM4 we got Zen, Zen Plus, Zen 2, and Zen 3. That's 4 generations. Now, yeah, Zen Plus was a minor upgrade, but either way, even if we don't want to count that, that's 3 solid generational uplifts with Zen 1, 2, and 3. As opposed to Intel with their 2 generations. Normally. But we've had Zen 4, now we've had Zen 5. Zen 4 was a lift over Zen 3, but Zen 5 is not a lift over Zen 4, at least right now. I mean, obviously, the 3D chips aren't out yet. That might change things. We don't know. It's been kind of back and forth on whether or not it's going to really make a difference. But the point being, if the 3D chips don't, quote-unquote, save Zen 5 for people, then that's going to be a pretty big black mark on AM5's legacy going forward, because let's say, Zen 6 comes out and it's actually a generation, we get, 15, 20%, whatever, uplift. Okay, great. But now that means that this platform with Zen 4, Zen 5, and Zen 6 really only has 2 generations that matter. Which means now it's the Intel problem again, essentially. So it's kind of I don't know. The Zen 5, kind of flopping is That's something that's gonna hurt them in the long run. I feel like when it comes to at least AM5's legacy, unless they do Zen 7 on AM5. If they do Zen 5, if they do Zen 7 on AM5, and that then we can, if we get 3 solid generations, that might make it up. But if we only get, but if the 3D Vcache chips for Zen 5 don't move the needle, and we only get Zen 6, and that means we only get 2 real generations that matter, that's gonna sting for people going forward into like AM6 when that happens in like 5 years or whatever. But again, that's obviously a whole other conversation there. But anyways, LAFD, I already joined. I'm using my brother's name. That would explain why I couldn't really tell. Well, anyways, nice to see you joined, though. Okay, let's go and change character. I've been doing a Joker these last couple games. Alrighty, so let's talk about something I haven't really had a chance to really talk about in any real detail in honestly quite some time. I'm probably going to rehash some of this stuff whenever I get around to doing like a video, because this is something that really deserves a video or a discussion at some point. But something I have not talked about in a long time is I have not really talked about Marvel stuff in a while, and that's because it's really fallen on the back burner. Like, I've still been watching it, but the longer time has gone on, the less and less interested I get, to the point that, like, I feel like ever since Phase 4 started, it's been a slow burn of me slowly getting less and less and less interested in each subsequent project. Like when WandaVision first came out, that was a really big deal, and there were all, like, you know, the theories about, you know, Mephisto, hey, look, Evan Peters is back, does that mean and then it kind of amounted to not really working out. But, you know, but that first year of shows, while not perfect, were interesting, you know. And I think a big reason for that was that they focused on characters that we already, like, knew, and, like, being for, like, you know, their characters, you know, like, you know, WandaVision, Falcon, Winter Soldier, Loki, Hawkeye. You know, none of these shows are perfect by any means, but they all, you know, had aspects of them that were interesting, or they, you know, like, there was just something about them that, like, the newer shows haven't really had. You know, like, you know, Moon Knight was fine, Ms. Marvel was fine, She-Hulk was She-Hulk. And, you know, and what came after that? I mean, there was What If Season 3, Season 2. I haven't even watched that. Not that that really matters or anything. It's like, you know, kind of a non-canon thing. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? It's what if. It's animated and it doesn't really matter or anything like that. I mean, remember when like when the first trailer for Multiverse of Madness came out and people were like, hey, look, it's the What If Doctor Strange, and then it wasn't the What If Doctor Strange? That was kind of the moment where I was kind of like, okay, so they're not going to actually do anything with What If, at least not now. Maybe in Secret Wars they'll show up, they'll pop out of a portal and we'll get, you know, Captain Carter and whatever. But it's clear that in the main movies, What If really does not make any difference. So I don't have to catch up with that if I really don't want to. I'm sure I will, but I don't know. And then what else have we had? Oh yeah, Secret Invasion. So Secret Invasion came out last year, right? And I heard not great things about it, put it lightly. But I also didn't see anything about the show that made me, like, think this was going to be, like, absolutely horrible. So I put off watching it for a while. And then finally, like, a week ago, I went in and I watched all of it. What's my take on Secret Invasion? It exists. It very much falls into that it exists. Like, okay, At some point, I would like to do like a Marvel like tier list for like the newer shows and like Phase 4, Phase 5, like when the multiverse saga wraps up with Secret Wars in a few years, I might do like a ranking the multiverse saga type thing. And I'm telling you right now, if I ever do that, there's going to be a section, there's going to be a tier that's called It Exists. It's basically for like the shows and movies that I don't have any like real issues with, but don't really have anything good about them. They exist. That's all I can really think about. The shows I don't like, but I don't hate, but they just exist. Like that's all I can really think about. And I think Secret Invasion mostly falls into the It Exists tier. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. The only thing in that show I can say I definitively don't like, and spoiler alert for Secret Invasion if you haven't seen it, but if at this point you haven't seen it, you're not going to watch it because it's been out for a year, so... But you've been warned. And I'm sure at this point you've probably heard about it if you follow this stuff anyway, but there are a couple of notable things that are in Secret Invasion that do technically matter. One of them more so than the others, but the first one is Maria Hill dies. Who, if you don't know who Maria Hill is, she's the person that's like Nick Fury's right-hand man in S.H.I.E.L.D., right? She's been there since the first Avengers movie. Like, every time there's been a focus on S.H.I.E.L.D., it's like, the Avengers, Winter Soldier, like, anytime there's, like, a focus on, like, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Nick Fury, she's, like, always there. She's, like, Nick Fury's, like, right-hand man, or I guess right-hand woman, I should say. Well, guess what? She dies. She dies in the first episode. So that happened. I believe. Oh yeah. Also, I forget what his name is, but like the main Skrull guy from like Captain Marvel, that's also in the show. Yeah, he dies too. And then finally, and this is probably the big one for people that even I can say I definitively don't like, is the whole thing with Rhodey. Rhodey, War Machine. Currently Don Cheadle, formerly Terrence Howard. Next time, baby. That whole thing. Anyways, yeah, Rhodey is revealed to have been a Skrull since, like, the show doesn't definitively say how long, but like people have speculated as early as Civil War, or at least since like, and that of course people really don't like, because now they're like, oh, you're telling me that the Rhodey at Tony's funeral in Endgame wasn't actually Rhodey, right? People really don't like that. I don't like that either. But we don't really know. The show doesn't really make it clear, like, how long he was in that cryostasis thing or whatever. Again, if you've seen the show, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, that is the one aspect of the show I can definitively say I do not like. I don't really like anything in the show, but the one thing I can say I don't like is I don't like the implication that Rhodey has been a Skrull, since Civil War or whatever. I don't like that. But overall, the show just kind of exists. If you haven't seen it and you're wondering if, despite all of the negative press it's received, is it really that bad? I don't know. I'll fully admit I'm pretty generous when it comes to the MCU stuff. When people say something is bad, I'll kind of be like, I'll watch it and I'll be like, it's whatever, but it's not like horrible. And that's kind of where I fall with Secret Invasion. It's mostly a nothing burger. You really don't need to watch it. Like, just those things I told you. Maria Hill dies, that one Skrull guy dies, and Rhodey was a Skrull for like this entire time. That's the only thing you need to know. You don't have to watch the show outside of that. There's nothing like interesting that happens in the show outside of those three things. So if you haven't seen it at this point, I wouldn't call it the worst show I've ever seen, because it's not. I also think that it's better than She-Hulk. Not that that's really saying much. But, I don't know. It exists. It exists. So that's my maybe hot take-ish, only in the sense that most of the reviews I've seen for Secret Invasion are like, this is like one of the worst, Marvel shows ever, and it's like, It's not good, but it's not that bad. Like, it just exists. Like, it's not, it doesn't annoy me, really, you know? Like, I don't know. It exists. We'll just leave it at that. That's my take on Secret Invasion. And I guess that's what that is. Okay, moving on from that. So, I've seen Secret Invasion. I've kept up with all the movies. To be clear, I've watched every single movie the entire time. That's never changed. Because the movies are easy, right? You just go to the theater, you sit down for 2 hours, and you're done. Whereas with the shows, you gotta wait week to week, or, you wait for all the episodes to come out, then you gotta binge like a 6-hour movie, and it's just like, it's a lot of time, even for me, who is someone that has all the time in the world and isn't really doing anything. Even then, I'm kind of just like, do I really want to sit here and watch, 6 episodes of a show I don't even really want to watch anyway, but I feel obligated to watch to make sure I'm not missing anything? But that's one of the issues that I feel like the shows have had for a while, is that they kind of feel like homework. Like, they went from being something I wanted to watch with WandaVision or Falcon and Winter Soldier and Loki to being like, yeah, like, I guess I'll wait until the show is done and then I'll just binge all of them, or I'll wait or whatever, and I don't know. So, I haven't seen Echo. Now, Echo is a show I know I don't have to watch. And I say that because they literally said that, pretty much. Because they made up that new, like, branding, Marvel Spotlight, which is basically their way of saying, hey, if you don't want to watch this one, you don't have to. That's basically why that branding exists. So even though Kingpin and Daredevil is in it, I don't have to watch Echo. I'm not going to be missing a crucial piece of the story or anything for whenever the Daredevil show comes out next year, as far as I know, but I'm not entirely sure about that. But as far as I know, nothing in Echo is going to tie in to Daredevil at all, so you can just not watch Echo if you don't want to. I'll probably watch it for the sake of the checklist at some point, but it's obviously not high on the priority list. Maybe when we're getting closer to Daredevil, which is coming out in March 2025, which a certain other thing will probably be launching in March 2025, by the way, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, probably once we get closer to that, then I'll probably watch it. There is one thing about Echo I am curious about, though. Echo is the first TVMA show that Marvel Studios has ever made. And that was one of the big things, right? When people, love the Daredevil Netflix series, they're like, don't water down Daredevil. And, obviously when he's in, something like She-Hulk, She-Hulk is, a PG-13 show, basically, so they obviously can't go as far. So I don't really have a problem when he's quote-unquote toned down for a show like that. But obviously people, they're really worried that, like, that new Daredevil show is, it's not going to be as gritty or hardcore as the Netflix show. But it is going to be TVMA, like Echo, so. And, of course, we had the recent release of Deadpool and Wolverine, right? And that's, blown up like crazy. It made over $1 billion, right? And that's rated R. It's Marvel Studios' first ever rated R movie. And it did really well. Of course it did well. It's Deadpool and Wolverine. It's in the title. But yeah. Just out of curiosity here. I was gonna say, do I have 8 players open? It should be. Anyway, Romez and Pesos. Pesos? Like pesos, as in like the Mexican currency or whatever. Obviously, it's not spelled like that, but anyway. yeah, Romez and Pesos. Welcome to the stream. Apologies for the delay there, but I kind of went on a little thing. But yeah, speaking of Deadpool, so Deadpool is actually the thing that kind of resurrected resurrected the MCU for me a bit, because, I've been catching up again on I've seen every single MCU movie in theaters since Captain Marvel. Because I got into the MCU in, like, summer 2018. So, during the buzz of, Infinity War and Endgame and stuff, right? After Infinity War, but before Endgame, yeah, that was actually when I first got into the MCU. It was kind of, near the end of the Infinity Saga. So I kind of got on the bandwagon at the last second, so to speak, for that. But I got really, really into it in a very short amount of time. So even though I'd only been invested in the MCU for like a year, by the time we got to Endgame in April 2019 and we got, that shot, right? The portal scene, right? Even though I'd only been invested for a year, that scene, I'm not gonna lie, it brought a tear to my eye. Multiple tears, in fact, when that scene happened in the theater. Like, I was that invested in that short amount of time, all things considered. Which is one of the reasons why I've been like, I know it's probably a bad idea and it would probably not live up to the hype, but man, the idea of an NCU, a Nintendo Cinematic Universe where we can have a Smash movie and stuff, that sounds awesome on paper, because I'm thinking, hey, if I was able to get that invested in the MCU and have it had that big of an effect on me in a year, imagine what we could get with a Smash Bros. Endgame, except now it's for characters that I've been, invested in for my entire life. Like, could you imagine the impact that would have? And that sounds cool on paper, but the problem is, I know it's for the best that they don't do that. Because I just know that trying to cram in a shared universe would probably not work out well. Even though they literally could. They have their Avengers, they have their Justice League, they have their little crossover thing they could do, but it's probably for the best they don't do that. For the sake of the movies themselves, and also because there's absolutely no way that any kind of Smash movie would live up to the hype. Like, there's just no way it would pan out. There's just no way, right? So it's probably for the best that they don't attempt any of that, and they just do what they're doing right now. We got the Mario movie, and we got the Mario movie last year. That was cool and all. It wasn't amazing, but it was cool and neat and whatever. It was fine. And we're gonna get a sequel. It's already been announced, and there's talks of a Donkey Kong spinoff, Luigi spinoff. We have that new Zelda live-action movie. That's obviously gonna be its own thing. It's nothing to do with the Mario movie whatsoever. Different company, different studio, different distributor, all that stuff. It's probably for the best that it's like that, Have them all be their own thing and not try to connect them. And that's fine. That's probably for the best. As much as it would be awesome in the land of, in a perfect world, getting, that build up over years and years of the movies and then getting a Smash movie, or they all come together, we get all, like, it sounds awesome on paper, but realistically, it would not live up to the hype, so they probably shouldn't even try. So, and as far as we can tell, they're not gonna try. It's also kind of a bit late to try that, realistically. Oh, we got someone else in here. We got a Japanese person, or, well, it's probably not a Japanese person, literally. It's probably someone that went on, like, Google Translate and put a Japanese name in, but... who knows? I mean, it could be a Japanese person, but why would a Japanese person join an English lobby? I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing I'm going to be sitting this one out. Alrighty then. That's fine. This gives me a chance to go ahead and bring up the streams to make sure everything is fine. As far as I can tell, everything is. I haven't seen anyone really show up in Twitch chat yet. All I have is a bot comment. I don't have any actual people on Twitch yet, as far as I can tell, but that's honestly to be expected. I haven't streamed on Twitch in 2 years. I'm not expecting people to suddenly be like, wait, he's streaming again for the first time in 2 years, and immediately jump. That's totally fair. But as far as I can tell, this multi-streaming thing is working just fine, though, so we might make this a regular thing going forward. Because why not, right? I want to see what the latency difference is between the YouTube and Twitch feeds. I think I mentioned earlier that the Twitch feed, I think, is about 1 second, and the YouTube feed is 2 seconds. Okay, so right now, the YouTube feed, I think it varies depending on when you join and stuff, if you refresh, but right now it's telling me it's about 3 seconds. And what is the Twitch stream? The Twitch stream is 2 seconds. So we'll just say 1 to 3 second delay, but they're pretty close, as far as I can tell. Let me see if I can pinpoint exactly. They're not that close, are they? Okay, Twitch right now is very, very slightly ahead. It's like just a little bit ahead. At least in the feed I'm getting between the two. I mean, that's close enough that it doesn't really matter. It's just, I don't know. I'm doing all I can, though. I'm streaming at the best possible latency setting I can on YouTube and Twitch. You know, Twitch is on low latency, YouTube is on ultra low latency, so they're about as good as they're gonna get. Yeah, the feeds are, you know, smooth. There's not any drops or anything. I mean, of course, I got plenty of internet bandwidth, like I said. But, you know, again, I've never tried this multi-streaming plugin before. I've done multi-streaming in the past, but only with services like Restream.io that does all the stuff. It does all the stuff on their end. Whereas with this plugin, all of the encoding and streaming and whatever is happening on my end. So I'm encoding both a YouTube stream and a Twitch stream at the same time, using 2 different encoders on 2 different parts of the computer. The YouTube stream is being done with HEVC with the AMD card, and then the Twitch stream is being done with X264 with the CPU, because I have a 5950X, so I can just do CPU encoding and it doesn't matter. And also because Twitch doesn't support HEVC or AV1 yet, and I don't want to use the AMD H264 encoder, which, while it has gotten better than it used to be, it's still not great. So, yeah. But I am using CPU encoding for the Twitch stream, so it's going to look as good as it possibly can. And again, I'm doing everything in my power to make it look as good as it can. And the second that Twitch adds HEVC support, we're going to stream with HEVC. Oh, looks like the Japanese guy is only going to be here for a short while. Or, well, supposed Japanese guy. I should translate that. I should get, like, you know, the Google Translate thing where you can scan it with your phone camera and it tells you what it is. I'm kind of curious what it says. Anyway, though, back to what was I even talking about? I was talking about Marvel stuff, right? So yeah, I talked about, you know, shows and whatever. Oh yeah. So oh yeah, I was talking about how, like, yeah, I got into the MCU like during like that period, you know, during like the in-between period between Infinity War and Endgame. That's when I got into it and got really invested and, you know, deeply kind of into it during that time. And then I've watched every single movie in the theater since then. So Captain Marvel, Endgame, Far From Home, Black Widow, Shang-Chi, Eternals, No Way Home, obviously No Way Home, and Endgame, obviously, but yeah. Yeah, No Way Home, Multiverse of Madness, Love and Thunder, Wakanda Forever, and then what else is there? Quantumania. There's another movie I think I'm missing. It's like Quantumania, and then there's the Marvels. It wasn't that another movie that came out between Quantumania and the Marvels, or am I just forgetting something? I swear there's a movie I'm missing, and I just can't remember it. What am I missing, dang it? I genuinely cannot remember. Because there's no way there was only 2 movies last year. I mean, I know there was only 1 movie this year, but there's always been like 3 movies for the last few years up until this year. So I don't think there was only 2 movies last year. I think there was another movie and I just can't. Guardians 3. Guardians 3. That was the movie. How can I forget Guardians 3? I don't know, but I did. Okay, so Guardians 3, The Marvels. Yes, I'm one of the 5 people that went and saw The Marvels in theaters. Most people didn't, as the box office results clearly showed, obviously. Yeah, that movie did not do well at all. It's kind of funny, though, because, it's kind of funny, though, that movie didn't do very well. I mean, I didn't think it was going to do, like, great, obviously. I mean, it's a sequel to a movie that people didn't like. But I didn't think it was going to do that poorly. I thought it would do, like, you know, 300 or 400 million. Which, you know, for the MCU is low, but it's not, like, horrible. I mean, Quantumania made, like, 450 million, and people didn't really like that movie, but, like, it still made money. It wasn't a flop. The Marvels, though, it's not a flop in the same way that, like, Borderlands was a flop. Like, that movie straight up bombed. Like, there's no debate. Borderlands bombed hard. It wasn't even close. The Marvels did not bomb. It just really underperformed because I think it broke even. I think the budget was like 200 million and then like it made 200 million, but of course there's also marketing and stuff to take into account, so it did lose money, probably all things considered, but not by like a massive amount. Either way, it's the worst performing movie in MCU history. There's no denying that, right? Whether you liked the movie or not. And I didn't hate it. In fact, here's my possibly for real hot take this time. I think it's better than the first one. I know that the first movie was not exactly a beloved classic, but I genuinely did think I enjoyed it more. Even though it's still not very high on the totem pole, obviously. And connection error. That hasn't happened in a long time, actually. What? Well, I haven't had that happen, I think, in a long time. Oh, I got... Yeah, I think the Japanese guy... Was the Japanese guy that left? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, the Marvels, okay. I can say definitively that the Marvels is not as bad as people make it out to be. It's not great. It's not high on the totem pole by any means in terms of MCU stuff. But it really is a harmless movie, all things considered. And when I say harmless, I don't mean like Secret Invasion where I was like, oh, it exists. Like, no. The Marvels is better than Secret Invasion. It's still not very high. I'd give it like a C at best. I'd give the Marvels, like, if I were to give it like a letter, I'd say it's like a C. It's like passable enough, enjoyable enough, but like, I don't know. I didn't really hate anything in that movie. The only thing in that movie that did kind of bug me, I know this is like the entire point of the character or whatever, I understand that, and that's fair enough, but like, it did kind of bug me a little bit, was the only thing in the Marvels I can definitively say I did think was kind of annoying was just that one scene when they're in the spaceship and Kamala's kind of like fangirling about Captain Marvel. I know that's like a core trait of her character, and she did it in the show, like in her own show, obviously, but I feel like in her own show it was like not as annoying. I don't know. I didn't really mind it in her own show, I guess, as well. At least from what I remember. Obviously, that show came out like 2 years ago, and I haven't watched it since, so maybe my opinion on it would change. But, you know, I didn't have any issue with Kamala in that show, really. In fact, I don't really have an issue with Kamala, really, in general, I would say. I mean, of the 3 characters in that movie, she is definitely the best one. She's definitely by no means a favorite of mine or anything, but she's, like, of the 3, she's definitely the best one. But there are aspects of her that can be a little annoying sometimes, but I don't know. My main point, though, is I thought the movie was, like, okay-ish. is better than the first one. That's all, which again, I know is not saying much. And it's still not high on the totem pole. So don't take this as like some glowing endorsement of the Marvels or anything, where I'm, telling you it's some underrated masterpiece or whatever. It's definitely not. If it was deleted off the face of the planet, nothing of value would be lost. But I thought it was like fine. The most notable thing though about that movie is, of course, the fact that at the very end, Kelsey Grammer's Beast shows up, which that right there is something that I think is kind of interesting. Not because of the actual thing itself, but because of the fact that I don't think people cared that much that happened. Like, could you have... Okay, like for those of you that have been invested in, have been invested in the series for a long time, like, or even like for the last 5 or 6 years, right? Again, go back to like 2018, right? Infinity War, Endgame, 2018, 2019. Could you imagine if they had a post-credit scene? If they had a post-credit scene in like Infinity War or Endgame or any of those movies back then, and they had someone go to an alternate universe that had like the Fox X-Men, like if they were like, hey, look, we're in the Fox X-Men, like if people would have lost their minds. People would have lost their minds. People would have been flipping the hell out at seeing anything Fox. But now people don't really care that much. I think that's kind of telling. Like, people went from, oh my god, holy crap, this changes everything, to like, oh, that's neat, I guess. And that's kind of telling at, like, the state of things, you know? The fact that people are not losing their minds at seeing Kelsey Grammer's Beast in a post-credit scene like they would have in 2017, 2018, 2019, I feel like is telling of however you may feel about the current state of the MCU with Phase 4 and Phase 5, however you may feel about it one way or another, the very fact that people did not lose their mind the way they, at least the way they would have 5 or 6 years ago at something like that, I think is telling that, like, we're at that point. That, like, even something as big as that doesn't get people losing their minds anymore. It doesn't help that it was also in a movie that people didn't watch and didn't care about. Like, if they had that in, like, Doctor Strange or Spider-Man or Guardians, if they had that in literally, like, any other movie, it would have helped. But because they put it in a movie people didn't watch or care about, that also didn't help. You're just trying to... But, anyways, I guess the long and short of it, this whole Marvel thing is basically... I've been keeping up with the movies, the shows, have been kind of on and off. But overall, my interest is, like... I still care enough to go out and see the movies every time they come out. But I don't care enough to watch every show the second that they come out. And my interest is a lot lower than it was like 5 or 6 years ago. I guess that's kind of the main takeaway. And I know that all of that little statement I just said is like probably the most like uncontroversial thing ever. It's very popular nowadays to kind of rag on the MCU for various reasons. So me saying something honestly as mundane as I don't care about the MCU as much as I used to is probably like the nicest thing you're gonna hear most people say about it. I don't know. I guess I'm hoping that they'll be able to ride the ship and get things back to a better state at some point. But I have been thinking for a little while now of like how long I want to kind of stick on, you know? Is there going to be a point where I ever jump off and then like just don't come back? I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I am at a point now where I feel like I'm a little more selective with what I watch. I used to be there for everything, and now I'm kind of like, maybe I'll skip this thing or this thing. I won't skip the movies, but the shows are like, maybe I'll skip this show, maybe I'll skip that show, depending on how important it is or how well it's received. But Deadpool, going back to Deadpool though, but Deadpool though kind of, you know, resurrected my interest in the MCU. That also combined with the fact that, of course, we had the announcement at Comic-Con that, one Robert of the Downey of the Jr. is returning, not as everyone's favorite Iron Boy, but as another ironclad character of sorts, although one that's a much bigger deal in the grand scheme of things. And people are obviously very split on it. I'm kind of neutral towards the decision. But to be fair, I also don't know that much about Doctor Doom, other than, like, he's obviously a very big deal in the comics. He's, like, one of the big villains in the Marvel Universe. He's, you know, he's the main villain of the Fantastic Four. And obviously the Fantastic Four is going to be coming out soon. And we know they're going to be showing up in the future, and, in other movies and stuff. You know, I won't be surprised if, you know, the post-credit scene for Fantastic Four is our first look at Doctor Doom, you know. That's kind of the expectation, I feel like, for a lot of people. Because, I mean, that's another thing, too, is that, like, obviously we had the whole thing with Kang, right? We had the whole thing with Kang, right? They were setting up Kang as the new big bad. He was going to be, you know, the Thanos of the multiverse saga. That was going to be the big bad they were going to be building up to over the course of, you know, 4, 5, 6 years, whatever. And then, you know, he was in Loki, you know, and people generally liked him in Loki, I would say. Generally speaking. And then he showed up in Quantumania, and people liked him less, or at least they liked what happened with him less. People liked Jonathan Majors' performance, generally, but they just didn't like Quantumania. And here's one thing I will say. When Quantumania first came out, I made a community post that was like, I think this is actually a good start to Phase 5, and I immediately regretted saying that not too long after I posted it. Because honestly, it did not take me long. Because, like, coming out of the theater, was kind of like, yeah, that was kind of neat. Or, like, finally doing something with... That was the thing, a lot of my, like, reasons... Like, the main reason why I said it's a good start was not really the movie itself. It was because it had Kang in it. And Kang is like, hey, they gotta build up Kang, and they finally put him in a movie. Therefore, it's a good start to the phase. That was kind of my only real reason for it. Since then, my opinion on it has definitely lowered. I haven't rewatched it since it first came out, and I don't hate it. Again, that's a theme. I know that's like a running theme here, me saying I don't really hate most of the stuff that's happened with the MCU lately. Like other people have, I just kind of think it's like whatever, or something like that a lot of the time. With obviously a few exceptions, you know, No Way Home was good, Guardians 3 was good, Deadpool was fun. I'm a little resistant to call Deadpool good just yet, because it is still kind of recent, but I did enjoy that movie, and it hasn't really, my opinion on that opinion has not changed yet. Story-wise, it's pretty much a nothing burger, but it was fun, and obviously it was cool to have that little send-off to the Fox universe in the end credits. That was really cool. They didn't have to do that, but I thought that was really cool. They even had the Fox logo at the very end of the montage. So that was really cool send-off, you know. Really that entire Fox era of Marvel, you know, now that, of course, that's over. And we got Fantastic Four and X-Men back at Marvel proper, with the Disney acquisition and all that. Even though it's taken them years for it to actually amount to something, but hey, it's happening now. But, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so, people liked Kang and Loki-ish. They didn't like him, or they didn't like what happened with him in Quantumania. How, like, oh, you just got beat by Ant-Man. How are we supposed to take this guy seriously if he gets beaten by Ant-Man in his first real appearance? Because, I mean, yeah, he was in Loki, but the Loki Kang wasn't, like, really Kang, whereas the Kang we saw in Quantumania was, like, actually Kang, even though I know he has a billion different variants and whatever. Like we saw in the post-credit scene, that they're now not going to follow up on it all, which that's the point I'm trying to get to here. Apologies for me kind of rambling through this whole conversation here, but yeah, my main point is people liked him-ish in Loki, people didn't like him-ish in Quantumania, and then of course the whole thing with Jonathan Majors happened, and then they completely just dropped him, they fired him, and then they dropped the storyline in favor of doing Doctor Doom instead. Hence, you know, no more Kang Dynasty, now we got Doomsday. You know, they've completely rebooted the whole thing. You know, they brought back the Russos, they brought back RDJ. You know, like they are trying to course correct. That is pretty obvious, right? Like they're like, okay, the MCU's not really working out right now. What can we do to fix things? Okay, let's bring back the Russos because you know that worked. You know, people love Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War again. You know, let's bring them back. You know, they're reliable. People love the Russos. You know, let's bring them back. Let's bring back the writer. Let's bring back RDJ because it's RDJ and everyone loves RDJ. Let's bring him back. You know, and I don't blame them for doing all that stuff. You know, at all. You know, they're trying to make it work. They're trying to salvage the multiverse saga and not have it completely faceplant because of the Jonathan Majors situation, and also just because the movies have been a mixed bag in terms of reception and stuff anyway. But they're trying to make it work, but whether or not it's going to pan out, I mean, I'm sure the Russos are going to try their damnedest, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, but we'll see. Obviously, I'm looking forward to Doomsday and Secret Wars. But we'll just have to see how it pans out. But you want to know the thing I'm actually most looking forward to in the MCU right now? It's actually the next Spider-Man movie. Because that's going to be the first one, you know, in this, like, new era, you know, kind of, you know, the new trilogy with this new tone and feel and stuff, you know, the whole thing right at the end of No Way Home, hey, he's actually Spider-Man now, instead of, you know, because, you know, that's been the whole debate, right, you know, I mean, I like Tom Holland's Spider-Man, but obviously people have had a lot of criticisms in regards to, you know, the whole no consequences, and Tony Stark Jr., Iron Boy, you know, all that stuff, right, everyone's talked about forever, right, whether you agree with it or not, there's no denying that it's been a contentious thing for people when it comes to Tom Holland's Spider-Man. But then at the end of No Way Home, you know, he's on his own. He doesn't have Happy. He doesn't have Aunt May. He doesn't have MJ or Ned. He doesn't have Tony Stark. He doesn't have Doctor Strange. He doesn't have nobody. He has no one to rely on. No one to help him out. No one to help him. You know, he's in a crappy apartment. You know, and he has his own homemade. Like it's basically what the people that didn't like Tom Holland's Spider-Man, like, this is what they wanted, and we're getting it, and that's cool. And because of that, I'm very curious to see what happens in Spider-Man 4. Not that Spider-Man 4, but, you know, the new Spider-Man 4, although, I mean, will the Spider-Man 4 actually happen? I don't even know. I mean, Sam Raimi has talked about it a little bit, but, like, he's kind of been like, I don't know about it. I got another Japanese person in here. Or another Japanese name, at least. You should add music to the background. I mean, I'm not really sure what I would put for music, though. I mean, I got tons of music to work with. I got like hundreds of gigs of, like, music I could play. But I'm not really sure what I would. I've never really done background music for streams. But, I mean, yeah, if you got suggestions, I mean, by all means. But I think at this point I've kind of exhausted my Marvel conversation for the time being. I might do a more proper, structured discussion video at some point. I feel like that's long overdue for me to give a proper like video on Marvel, because I haven't done one since Wakanda Forever came out. But there's my kind of jumbled thoughts on things for the time being, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. Spider-Man 4 I'm looking forward to. There's been talks about, you know, what's going to happen with that, because Marvel and Sony are kind of, you know, going back and forth. You know, Marvel apparently wants the movie to be, you know, grounded and have a focus on Kingpin, which is what most people seem to want right now. But Sony really wants another multiverse movie like No Way Home. And I can't really blame them, because Spider-Man is their flagship franchise, and the last movie made like nearly $2 billion. So they obviously want to recreate that. But I think it's a bit. But I think most people would agree that, you know, No Way Home was cool and all, but like we don't need another No Way Home already, because we're gonna get that in Secret Wars. Like if you think for a second that we're not gonna see Toby and Andrew again, you're nuts. They are 100% going to be in Secret Wars alongside Tom. 1,000%. Now, obviously, Secret Wars is not a Sony movie, so they don't get any of the money from that, but, like, we're gonna see them again. There's no way we're not gonna get at least Andrew, like, especially Andrew. Like, I mean, I feel like you gotta have both of them, right? You can't have Toby, you can't have, you know, Andrew or Toby, you have to have both of them. They're kind of conjoined at the hip. You either have all three, or you either have just Tom in a movie, or you have all three of them. You can't do one or the other. Even though right now the fan favorite is actually Andrew, right? You know, people, you know, were like, oh, you know, hey, do TASM 3, you know, hashtag, you know, TASM 3 after we got No Way Home, because of the sheer charisma he exuded in that movie, which he did. I mean, I had never seen either of the Andrew Garfield movies, so that was my first, like, real exposure to him. And obviously, he did a pretty good job in that movie, because people were like, give us more Andrew. Which is funny, because people went into that movie being all, Toby, 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 and then coming out of it, people were like, Andrew, Andrew. So, I don't know, but the point is, you know, we're gonna see them again in Secret Wars at the very least. Because everyone's going to be in that movie, you know, because they're going to have, you know, the moment. They're going to have the portal moment where everyone comes in, and we're going to get, like, all the characters, you know. In fact, I'll make another, like, obvious, not really, like, it's a pretty obvious prediction right now. We're going to see all the people in Deadpool and Wolverine, you know. So, you know, we're going to see Elektra, we're going to see, you know, we're going to see Wesley Snipes, we're going to see Channing Tatum. They're going to show up again. Because they made a point in the movie that, like, because there's that scene at the end of the movie where, like, you know, Deadpool's like, hey, I made a promise to some guys, if you can help them out or whatever, and they were like, you know, hey, we'll see what we can do or whatever. Like they're gonna show up again. They're gonna show up again. Maybe not, like, for anything else, but, like, they're gonna show up in Secret Wars at the bare minimum. Like, any, like, one-off character that people liked is gonna show up in that movie for, like, the big scene when we get it. Well, we're gonna get Toby and Andrew. We're gonna get Wesley. We're gonna get Wesley Snipes. We're gonna get Channing Tatum. We're gonna get whatever. We're gonna get Hugh Jackman. I'll even say that we're gonna get Hugh Jackman. I know they made the joke at the end of the movie where Deadpool is like, "So I guess I'll be seeing you again, right?" And then he's like, "Probably not." Like, I don't care that they obviously just did that as a joke. He's gonna show up again. He's not gonna be the new MCU Wolverine. Just to be clear. They're not going to do that, but he's totally going to show up at least one more time as that specific variant from Deadpool and Wolverine. At least I think that he will. Anyways. The stream was lagging a bit. Well, at least in terms of on my end, I haven't seen any dropped frames or anything like that, but I think I know what you're talking about. Assuming it's not just the game. Because obviously, maybe you're talking about the game, but if you're not talking about the game lagging, and therefore, obviously, on the stream, it looks like it's lagging because it actually is lagging. If you're not talking about that, then I think I know what you're talking about. Like, why it's lagging if it's not that. I think I know why it is. I think it's because there is a thing. I don't know if this is what you're talking about, or if you're talking about the actual game lagging. But there is a thing I've noticed, and I don't know if it's an issue with the capture card I have, or if it's just something in OBS. But by default, I have the buffering on the capture card set to auto detect. And right now, what that means is it'll be smooth most of the time, and then sometimes for no reason whatsoever, it'll get choppy for a while, and then it'll go back to being smooth. And that has nothing to do with the game. It's just the feed on the capture card does it for some reason, but you can fix it by setting the setting to, by turning on buffering. And that makes it 100% smooth the entire time. But the problem is then the latency increases, and the longer it goes on, the more out of sync it can possibly get. So I've just kind of decided to not mess with that and just keep it on auto detect. So if the stream is lagging and it's not just the actual game part, and it like really is genuinely okay, like for example, you see this cursor moving, right? Is the cursor lagging? If the cursor is lagging, then that's not the game, that's just the OBS. That's the capture card feed something being the problem. Okay, it is smooth. Okay, so then it's not that. But I don't know. I guess my point is, I'm not entirely sure what lagging you're referring to. I think it's the game lagging that you're probably referring to, but there is a possibility that it is the capture card because of that buffer setting. Just saying. But that is something that would only be really truly apparent probably in a scene like this. Because again, this is 60 FPS, right? It's nice, it's smooth, but if you start to see it be like really, really hitchy, then maybe that'd be the capture card feed. Even though there is a fix for it, but again, buffer, so it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that whole thing. It's really weird. But anyways. Hold on, I just saw a message from... Okay, so I have a message from Valentine Buster. He's going to be joining in, it looks like. He has something he has to set up, though. So, that's great. We're going to see him join in. He hasn't been in one of these streams in a very long time. Oh yeah, it is too. Well, okay, that's basic characters. That's not... Well, I'm going to translate that. It's just like 3 characters. It's not going to be... it's a camera. What's the first one translate to? Hold on, I got to change the setting. No, not English. Wrong way around. Japanese to English. Okay. Hold on, it's moving back and forth. That's throwing it off. It says Aito, or wait, no, it keeps changing. It's like changing back and forth because of it's moving. What about the other one? Rento? I don't know if that's right. I don't know. The translations are probably not great right now. But they're clearly just basic words either way. I had a clip for Melee and it was crazy. I am not good at Melee. I've been playing, I grew up with Melee. Melee was my first Smash game way back in 2007, believe it or not, actually, was my... Because my first ever Nintendo console, my first ever console ever, was the GameCube. But I didn't get my GameCube. Okay, context time. So I was born in 2000, January 2000. That's when I was born. And I got my first ever console for Christmas 2006, and that was a GameCube. The Wii came out that year, but I got a GameCube for Christmas. And then for my birthday, I got Double Dash. If I remember correctly, this was obviously a really, really long time ago. I believe I got Melee for my birthday, so that would have been January 2007. I don't know. Point is, I've been playing, I've played, Melee for a long time. I mean, I haven't played Melee on a regular basis in a long time, obviously, but I grew up with Melee. That being said, I suck at it. Every time I've gone back and I've tried to play it, I'm just like, absolute trash. That game, I'm so used to playing the newer games that going back and playing that one is like, I mean, I can probably play it better than I could, like, Smash 64. Not that that's really saying much, because Smash 64 is kind of like this weird game in terms of how it plays, because it's like the first one. But, like, I feel like the newer the game, the better I am at playing it. Right? Like, so of like the modern, so like, because like, not counting 64, because, you know, 64, people kind of like don't count. People kind of forget about 64. Because a lot of people started with Melee, right? Not that people didn't play Smash 64, but, you know, Melee is the game that a lot of people, like, got into the series with. So, like, Melee, Brawl, Smash 4, Ultimate, right? The newer the game, the better I am at it. So I'm, like, the worst at Melee, and I'm at the best at Ultimate. Not that I'm a competitive, like, player by any stretch. You know, like, I'm not that person, like, at all, really. But just, even just, like, from a casual perspective, like, just, like, yeah, the further back you go, the worse I am at playing it, even from a casual perspective. You know, I wouldn't actually be against doing a Melee stream at some point, as long as people could actually, like, join something. I mean, obviously we would do, like, you know, Dolphin net play or something like that or whatever, but, like, I wouldn't be against doing something like that if people would actually show up. That's the only problem with doing a stream on something like that, is, like, people have to show up for it to work. I don't know. I wouldn't be against doing something like that. Yeah, Slippy, or Slippy. Yeah, I forgot about Slippy. It's kind of a big deal, obviously, Slippy. I forgot about that. Yeah, Slippy. That's what I meant. Dolphin net play. What is this, 2014? I mean, doesn't Slippy use... I mean, Slippy obviously uses Dolphin, you know, obviously to play the game, but, like... I've never actually used Slippy myself. My brother has, but I've never used it. But anyways... Point being is, you know, I wouldn't be against doing a stream, like a Melee stream, you know, with, like, Dolphin, Slippy, whatever. I wouldn't be against that. But people have to show up. Or else it's not going to be worth it. That's the only problem with that. Whereas with a stream like this, you know, it's just open up a lobby and the people will come, right? But it wouldn't be as easy, I feel like, with something like that. But again, I've never tried it. But anyways. Okay, so... right now is the stream choppy, because in my little feed in OBS, it is choppy. And that's not the game. The game is smooth, but the OBS capture feed is choppy. No, it's not? Okay, that's weird. Maybe, I guess it's just on my end. But in OBS right now, the feed is choppy, but I guess on YouTube and Twitch's side, it's still smooth. I mean, that's good, I guess, but that's weird. That's choppy on my end. You know something I actually have not tried at all yet? I have never tried HDR, which is like the... as far as I can tell, because again, I've never played it. I've literally never played it. But as far as I can tell, it's basically the Project M equivalent, essentially-ish, for Ultimate. Like, as far as I can tell, again, I've never played it. But I know it, like, you know, it changes the characters. Like, it's not just, like, you know, it's not just skins and stuff. It's not a normal mod pack. It's, like, it actually changes how the characters play. I've never tried HDR. I have played Project M. I've played 4XM, even, if anyone remembers 4XM. Which was like the Project M equivalent for Smash Wii U, but it didn't last very long because it came out in like late 2017, early 2018, and not long after Ultimate got announced, and all the people, you know, the hype train started up for that, and also, you know, way less people have Wii U's than Wii's, and, you know, modding a Wii U even, you know, at least at the time, wasn't as easy as it was to mod a Wii, whereas, you know, anyone can mod a Wii, but you know, modding a Wii U nowadays is actually pretty easy. But that's a whole other conversation. But anyway. Yeah, I play Project Plus. Yeah, I've played Project Plus a couple of times. Yeah, Project Plus is like the official, unofficial, but always official, like, successor, right? Of Project M. Like, it's obviously not from the same people, it's a different team, but, like, it's the successor, right? It's the successor. It doesn't really add that much new... Okay, so... I've played... I don't know how much I want to say. I have played a decent amount of Project M / Project Plus, but that was mainly back in 2014, 2015. Especially in, like, the lead up to, like, Smash Wii U, where I just wanted something new to play, you know? Instead of playing, you know, Brawl for the upteenth time. You wanna know a mod I actually do miss? I miss Legacy XP. Legacy XP was, like, the coolest Brawl mod, because it had, like, a ton of new characters, and it had a ton of new stages, and it was really, like, polished, too. It wasn't just a bunch of random, like, mod packs thrown together. It was, like, this really... It was really cool. It, you know, it had, like, Ridley before Ridley was actually in Smash. You know, like, a bunch of other stuff, and there's tons of stages and variants. They even had some, like, Wii U and, like, I think even some Ultimate stages or whatever. Like, I don't know, it was really cool mod, but then unfortunately in March of 2020, they closed up shop for... They didn't really say why, but everyone kind of just unanimously was like, oh, I wonder why they suddenly shut down. It couldn't possibly be because of whatever. That's a whole other conversation, obviously. The people still debate, I think, to this day, you know, how much of the Project M shutdown really was a certain someone's fault and how much it wasn't, you know, because they never said it was anyone's fault in particular, but everyone just kind of unanimously agreed it was their fault, because why wouldn't it be? And I mean, I know I've seen, I think, a couple of videos talking about it, and there's definitely been a leaning towards it, but I don't know. I mean, obviously, if someone officially was like, yeah, it actually was them, and here's, like, actual proof, I wouldn't be surprised, obviously. But, I don't know. My main point is that, like, what happens to Project M where they just were suddenly like, yeah, we're not developing this anymore, and we're taking everything down for no reason? That happens to Legacy XP, basically, in March 2020. It was basically the exact same situation. But people didn't talk about it nearly as much as Project M, because obviously Legacy XP didn't have nearly the traction Project M did. Like, Project M, when at its peak, was basically its own Smash game. It was, like, that big. Like, yeah, there was Melee, there was Brawl, and then there was Project M. It was, like, its own, like, proper title. It was, like, that big, basically. So, obviously, when it shut down, it was a big deal. But when Legacy XP shut down, it was kind of just like, oh, yeah, that sucks. And that was kind of it, because, you know, it was 2020, and we were, like, thoroughly into Ultimate at that point. No one really cared. I don't know. I still have it, though. Like, I still have, like, archives of Legacy XP, though, if I ever want to mess with it. Because it was a cool mod. Had a lot of cool stages and stuff in it. But obviously, it's kind of just, you know... Anyways. Oh yeah, by the way, so you were mentioning, like, putting on some music, and you said you had suggestions. Well, what are your suggestions? Because you haven't really told me yet. Maybe you could turn the resolution down. I don't think that's going to make a difference. because it's not a power issue and it's not a network issue. I don't think the resolution would make a difference. Also, I don't think I could do that even if I wanted to. I don't think I can change the resolution of any of the streams in the middle of the stream without having to restart the entire stream, and I'm obviously not going to do that. So I don't think the resolution's the problem. If the resolution was the problem, I think I would notice something like really dire happening. Like I'd see like a lot of dropped frames, or I'd see YouTube complaining at me that like something's wrong. Besides, I'm streaming at 1080p. If I was streaming at 4K and I was having issues, then okay, fair enough, it's 4K. But I'm only streaming to 1080p. You know, that's a very, you know, vanilla resolution. Everyone streams at 1080p, so that really shouldn't be the issue. As far as I can tell. Wii and the Wii U were the consoles I grew up with, yeah. So for me, it was like a combo of the GameCube and the Wii. They were kind of like combined. Because, like I said, I got my GameCube for Christmas of 2006, and I got a Wii for Christmas in 2007. And me and my brother, we played GameCube and Wii games kind of interchangeably. So they're kind of like the same generation. They're kind of the same generation to me, in a way. I mean, obviously the Wii does feel a bit newer, but they're kind of in the same camp for me in terms of, you know, nostalgia and whatnot. You know, they're kind of in that same camp. If you were born a bit later, you would have gotten the Wii and GameCube in the same console. Yeah, because I think... So here's the thing that's interesting, right? So, obviously, like I said, I got the GameCube for Christmas 2006. So that was the very end of the GameCube era, right? You know, the Wii had just come out that year, that November. So the Wii was the new hotness. I don't even know if I knew about the Wii at the time. I don't remember. That was so long ago. I don't even know if I knew about the Wii at that point. I mean, maybe I had seen a commercial on TV. I don't remember. Yeah, I was like 6, right? I mean, I don't know. But obviously I knew about the Wii at some point because we ended up getting a Wii, or maybe I didn't. I don't know, because I didn't start really paying attention to like this kind of stuff until I'd say like 2009, 10, 11, 12. Kind of like the second half of the Wii era was kind of like when I started to pay attention somewhat. And then I didn't go like all in, like I'm constantly following, and I wasn't like 100% in, where I was on the ball with news and updates and everything about everything. That didn't happen, I think, until like 2012, 2013. It's like the Wii U era was when I was like on the ball about being up to date on everything and anything and about everything Nintendo and whatnot. So it wasn't really until that time period where I was like really, really, really on the ball about that stuff. But actually, fun fact, the very first Direct I ever watched, at least really, I think I had seen clips before that point, but the first Direct I like really actually watched was the April 2014 Smash Direct, which is one of my favorite Directs of all time. It's very nostalgic to me. I absolutely love that Direct. That was my very first like real proper Nintendo Direct that I actually watched when it came out, and not just little clips on like the Nintendo. Remember the Nintendo channel, which was like that Wii channel that had like clips and demos and stuff? I think I had seen clips from Directs on there before, but I didn't start watching them until like 2014, and the first one was that April 2014 Smash Direct. Then I watched the E3 digital event, which is one of my favorite E3s of all time, and then, you know, the November Direct that had Majora's Mask 3D, and then, you know, February Direct, that, and so on and so on. You know, I've been there for every single mainline Direct I've skipped some of the partner showcases because they're partner showcases, but for every like mainline direct, I've been there for every single one since 2014. Yes, okay, so I do remember a time. So I know I mentioned how like I didn't like really get on the ball about news and stuff until I'd say like the Wii U era, if I'm being honest. But I do distinctly remember when the 3DS was first announced, and I remember the website they had for it, where they had like, here's Ocarina of Time 3D, you know, when because that was, you know, when stuff like that. And I remember, so I actually did subscribe to Nintendo Power back when that was a thing during its last year, and I still have all of my issues from 2012. I still have them, including like the thank you for, you know, 30 years of Nintendo Power like certificate and poster. I still have it all these years later. And I remember every single issue looking at the release date section, and they had a section for Smash 3DS and Wii U, and it would always say TBA every month. And every month I'd be like, please have an updated release date. Please have an updated release date. And it would be TBA, TBA, TBA every single time. But yeah, that was actually how I used to get like news and updates, was like unironically in the year 2012, when we were very much into the internet age. I was still using Nintendo Power as like kind of update material to some extent. Like, you know, is there going to be a new release date for Smash? Nope. Maybe in the next issue there is. Yeah. And when the Wii U first came out and they had that issue where I was all about the Wii U and everything. And I remember I used to look at that all the time when the Wii U first came out, because obviously I wanted a Wii U. And I did end up getting one for Christmas 2012, which was awesome. Although that was partially because our Wii had broken on a trip we went to where we accidentally dropped it and it broke the disk drive. So I was able to be like, hey, I mean, the Wii U's out and it can also play Wii games, and you can't play Wii games. And the Wii U can play Wii games, and our Wii is currently broken, you know? So that was probably half the reason we were able to get one when it first came out, but yeah. So I had the Wii U during like its entire life cycle, for what that's worth. One of the 13 million people with a Wii U. And I was there for Mario Kart 8 on day one. I was there for Smash Wii U on day one. I was there for Splatoon 1 on day one. And that really was a glorious period of time for me, like unironically. Like that like 2014 to 2015 period was like a golden age for me, like unironically. I look back on that era extremely fondly. And Smash 4 was like the big like linchpin in it. Like, it's not the best Smash game ever, but holy jeez did that game mean the world to me at the time. And it has a lot of nostalgia and respect from me. Even if there's not much of a reason to go back to it, I'll admit, right? It's been pretty much obsoleted by Ultimate in almost every way. You know, Melee has the competitive stuff, right? Melee is always going to have a dedicated fan base for how unique it is, right? It's still being played 20 years later, and that's not going to change anytime soon. So Melee is always going to have a fan base. Brawl is always going to have a fan base because of subspace. And Ultimate's always going to have a fan base because of how many characters and stages there are. But Smash 4... everything Smash 4 does well, Ultimate does better, for the most part. So there's not much of a reason to go back. Like if Ultimate didn't bring every character back, there'd be a reason to go back. Like, could you imagine if, you know, we didn't get Cloud back? You know, we didn't get Cloud back in Ultimate. Then that would have been a reason to play Smash 4, because Smash 4 is the one with Cloud in it. Kind of like how Brawl was the one with Snake in it. But that didn't happen. We got everyone back. So, like, what... So, like, why, I don't know. That's the conundrum of Smash 4. I love Smash 4 to death, I always will. But, man, there is no reason to play that game anymore. It's totally obsoleted by its successor in almost every way. The only real reason to go back to it is to play like the handful of stages that didn't get ported over. Like if you want to play Jungle Hijinks, which I think is a pretty fun stage, with its background and foreground element. Pyrosphere, Yoshi's Woolly World, the Miiverse stage, even though the Miiverse stage is is neutered nowadays because it doesn't have the custom messages anymore, because of course Miiverse shut down a long time ago, but you can still play on like the stage itself. Yeah, outside of those couple of stages, as well as Smash Run on 3DS. And Smash Run on 3DS is a lot of fun. But it's trapped on the 3DS, so... And, okay, here's a hot take. I actually like Smash Run. This is like Smash... Everyone likes Smash Run, so that's not what I meant to say. I genuinely like Smash Tour. It is not a replacement for a story mode at all. Let's make that clear. Because a lot of people rag on it because it's the replacement for Subspace. And it is not a good replacement for Subspace, I will admit. But as a mode on its own, I think it's solid. I think it's fun. Smash Run is better, obviously. But I like Smash Tour. I enjoyed playing Smash Tour when it came out. In fact, if they brought that mode back, I wouldn't be against it. I don't think they will. But, like, if they, in, like, Smash 6, if they brought it back... I'd be fine with it. I'd be down. I know that, like, people don't like Smash Tour. Half because of the mode itself, half because it's the Subspace replacement. But, like, I don't know. I think it's fun. Like, genuinely. I'm not just, like, I mean, I genuinely do like it. I don't love it, but I do like it. Even if Smash Run is obviously superior. Space Raider. Let's talk about S tiers in Smash games. I mean, I don't really have much to say in regards to that, if I'm being honest. Again, I'm not really a competitive person, so that stuff doesn't really, I don't really have much to say about that, if I'm being honest. I mean, obviously I know about, like, all of them, generally speaking, but, like, I don't really have much to add to it. Actually, speaking of tier lists, I think I was a little surprised it took, like, so long for, like, an official tier list, well, official quote-unquote tier list to come out for Ultimate. Because, like, I think... Because the first tier list for Smash 4 came out right before Corrin and Bayonetta released. Like, literally, like, the day or two before. Which was, like, really funny, because it's like, hey, you made a tier list, and now it's automatically obsolete. But, like, I think... So that would have been, like, what? A year and change after the games came out? Because that would have been, February 2016. So that would have been... Yeah, that would have been, like a year and change since, like, 3DS and Wii U came out. But for Ultimate, it took them, like, 3 to 4 years to put out a tier list. But to be completely fair, they updated the game for a lot longer than they did Smash 4. Like, Smash 4 got updates for about a year or so. Again, a year and change. Like, games came out, September, October, November 2014. And then the last DLC character came out in February 2016. And then the last real update that that was like the Bayonetta patch, the infamous Bayonetta patch, that was May 2016. And then the last patch for the game, period, was like the Amiibo patch that happened in 2017 that did nothing but just add Amiibo support for the last couple of Amiibos, so... But, Smash Ultimate got, like 3 years of support, as opposed to, like, the 1.5 that, like, Smash 4 got. So, stuff kept changing, so there wasn't much of a point in making a tier list if stuff kept changing. So I will say that. But even after the game was done, we got Sora, we got the Final Balance patch, it still took them, like, a year to put out a list. And it's like, why did it take that long? I mean, again, I don't follow that stuff. Like, I don't follow the scene at all. I followed it a little bit, like in the early days of Ultimate, but I have not paid attention to that stuff in years. But it's still just from an outsider's perspective, it just seems kind of weird that like it took them like a year or so after like Sora came out to actually put out a list. I don't know, I just kind of found that weird. It took them that long. But, I don't know. It's there now. It's probably been updated, too. I don't actually know if it's been updated. I might look, like, right after this just to see what it even is right now, if it's been updated since that first list came out. I know that tier lists aren't the end-all and be-all or whatever, but, I don't know. I still think they're interesting, even from a casual's perspective, just to be like, hey, look at the tier this character's in. So let me go ahead and actually look right now, just for the heck of it. I don't think Valentine Buster's joined yet. I think if he had joined, I would have seen him in the chat at this point, but he said he was going to at least try to join, so again, we'll see what happens with that. And I don't know what his name in the lobby is going to be either, so I'm entirely relying on him like joining the chat, which I'm sure he would. Did you tell him the code? No, I did not, but it's right on the screen, so it shouldn't be a problem. You know, it's right on the top of the screen, so... back in the day when I did these streams, I used to just put them in the name of the stream, but I figured putting it at the top is, like, good enough. As long as I'm not obscuring the game too much, I think it's fine to do it that way, I'd say. You should just pin the code in the chat. I don't think I've ever done that, actually. I don't think I've ever pinned, yeah, I know you can do that. I've never actually pinned, a comment, yeah, I've never pinned, yeah, a chat message in a stream before. It probably wouldn't hurt to do that. But can you pin stuff in Twitch chat as well? I mean, I haven't really seen anyone show up in Twitch chat yet. I'm not even sure if anyone's watching on Twitch right now. But I don't know if I can pin it on that as well. So, obviously you're not going to be able to answer this while we're in the middle of the match here. But I do have a question for you. Because this is a question I have asked people when I've done these streams, is, what camp are you in when it comes to, like, the future of kind of Smash here? Like, because there seems to be two camps when it comes to the next Smash game. There is the just do Ultimate Deluxe, and then there is the actually do a new game and have it be, like, a soft reboot kind of thing, where they, like, do some substantial changes to, like, old legacy characters and stuff like that. Like, what side are you, or really anyone watching this stream, by all means, by all means, let me know. But I'm genuinely curious, because that's a question I have asked people, is like, what kind of side are you on with that? Like, you know, Ultimate Deluxe versus just, like, an actual new game? Because I used to be in the Ultimate Deluxe camp, like, a few years ago, back in, like, 2020, 2021. I was kind of like, you know, it probably would be for the best if they just do an Ultimate Deluxe. You know, it's got, you know, people would be satisfied with that. People then, you know, no one gets cut. We don't have to worry about people getting cut again. You know, like, you know, and like people I was in that camp. That's the main takeaways. I was in that camp back then, but the more time has gone on, the more I have switched to the other side. And you want to know why I've switched to the other side? It's for one simple reason. If we get an Ultimate Deluxe, all it does is delay the inevitable. And that being the inevitable fact that we're going to get roster cuts again. Because just because they were able to bring back everyone with Ultimate doesn't mean they're going to be able to do that again. And I feel like and I think most people are expecting there to be you know, maybe not like massive cuts, but like noticeable cuts next time around. You know, we're gonna go back to the way it used to be, right? With Brawl and we're gonna go back to the Brawl and Smash 4 days where characters didn't come back, you know? You know, they can't, you know, like, I feel like that is inevitable. They can't add characters infinitely and maintain them forever, right? Because at that point, in 30 years, we're going to have a Smash game with, like, 200 characters in it, you know? That's obviously not happening for so many reasons. So it's kind of like, I feel like we should just rip off the Band-Aid now. Because if we get an Ultimate Deluxe, and therefore, by default, everyone stays, and we get a whole bunch of new characters, then it's just going to make the disappointment of that roster cut that's inevitable anyway worse. You know, I just feel like that's half the reason. That's not the entire reason, but that's like half the reason why I'm now on the not Ultimate Deluxe side. Is I feel like it's just gonna it's just delaying the inevitable fact that there's gonna be a big roster cut at some point. I'd rather we just rip off that Band-Aid now instead of delaying it. But here's the other reason why I'm also on the side of don't do Ultimate Deluxe. You want to know the other reason why? Half of it is, you know, it's just going to delay the inevitable for the roster cut. And the other reason is because it's going to be Mario Kart 8 all over again. What's the biggest complaint with Mario Kart 8? It's that it's still the current Mario Kart 10 years later. Mario Kart 8 turned 10 years old this year, and it's still the current Mario Kart. It's Nintendo's GTA 5. It is the game that refuses to die and refuses to stop selling. You know, people talk about how GTA 5 is always in this, it's still in like the PS4 top 10 list in the UK or whatever. Well, Mario Kart 8 is still selling by the millions. It's like the best-selling game on the Switch. It's like 65 million copies or whatever at this point. It's like half of the Switch install base has Mario Kart 8. And look, I love Mario Kart 8. I'm not knocking Mario Kart 8, but it's been around for 10 years and we have yet to have a new installment. If we get a Smash Ultimate Deluxe, we're going to go through that exact same thing, but for Smash. We're going to go through that exact same thing, and I don't want that to happen again, you know? Like, I don't want to go, because here's what happened with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, right? We got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and people were temporarily happy. Hey, look, we got King Boo. Hey, we got Bowser Jr. Hey, look, we got a good battle mode again, you know? And people were happy with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at first. And then a few years passed, and people were like, okay, when's Mario Kart 9 happening? And then the debate happened of, because we got Deluxe, does that now mean we're not getting 9 on the Switch? And that was a big back and forth for a while. And then any hope we had at getting Mario Kart 9 on the Switch died when they announced the Booster Course Pass. That was the moment that solidified, oh no, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the Mario Kart game for the Switch. And look, I'm glad we got the Booster Course Pass. It had its issues, obviously, with the graphics and stuff, but it was still cool that we got new content to satiate us. But that was the moment that solidified, oh no, we're not getting Mario Kart 9 until the next console. And that's right? Like it's gonna be that all over again. We'll get Ultimate Deluxe. People will be temporarily happy because look, new version, new characters, new features, new whatever. And that'll be great. And we're all going to love it. And it'll be awesome. And then they're going to stop updating it. And then we're going to be like, okay, when's the actual next? It's going to be the same thing all over again. We're going to go through the cycle. We're going to... I don't know. I just don't want to... We don't need that again. You know, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I'm glad we got the Booster Course Pass, but we don't need to go through this whole song and dance again for Smash, because that's what will happen if we get an Ultimate Deluxe. We will be temporarily happy because we'll have new content in a game we already like, and then they'll stop updating it, and then we're going to have to wait 5, 6, 7 years until the Switch 3 comes out, and then we'll actually get a new game. That's what's going to happen. So, that's the other reason why I don't want Ultimate Deluxe. Half because it just delays the roster cut, half because then we're just going to have to wait till the Switch 3. Or whatever they do after the Switch 2. So, That's why I'm currently on the side of just making a new game. Just have a new game like we've always had. And for the record, I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're just going to get a new game. I think that's what's actually going to happen. But, yeah. I totally understand why doing an Ultimate Deluxe makes sense. And it does make sense. And I think most people would be happy with it for a time. But I know it will be a complaint years down the line. So that's my take on that. I don't think we should get... I think Ultimate Deluxe is ultimately is ultimately a bad idea in the long run. It's a good idea in the short run, but it's a bad idea in the long run because it means we're gonna have to wait until like we're gonna have to wait like 7 years for an actual new game. And also the roster cut thing. So that's my take on the whole Ultimate Deluxe thing. I mean, if anyone out there, you know, if you're on the side of I think Ultimate Deluxe is a good idea, that's fine. I got nothing against that. It's totally understandable. I totally understand why people would want that. I just feel like it's a bad idea in the long run. Unless, here's the one scenario I could think of where it could work. If we got the Switch 2 reveal, and they revealed Smash Ultimate Deluxe, then they told us, hey, we're going to be doing this, so we have something for launch, but don't worry, there's going to be an actual new game as well in a few years. If they told us that, then that would be fine. If they told us, don't worry, we're not going to make you wait till the Switch 3. If they did that, then it would be fine. But otherwise, I think it'll be a repeat of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We'll get the new version, we'll be happy with it at first, and then we'll eventually be annoyed that there's not an actual new game, and then we're going to have to wait way too long to get a new game. So there's my take on that. Now, there is one silver lining, though. I will say to Ultimate Deluxe. So you know how with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they took 5 years to do DLC for it? They wouldn't do that with Ultimate Deluxe. I will say that. There is absolutely no way that Nintendo is not going to announce DLC for that thing immediately. Like, they're going to announce Ultimate Deluxe, and they're going to announce, like, Ultimate Deluxe Fighters Pass Volume 1, which is really Volume 3 in all but name, because they'd be insane to not do DLC for Ultimate Deluxe out the gate. I will say that. I think that's the only other scenario I could picture where an Ultimate Deluxe would work. Would be, like, if they continually updated it still. Like, if they didn't just put it out and that was it, like with Mario Kart 8, where it basically just came out, they didn't really do anything with it for the most part, for like 5 years. If they actually continually updated it from that point onward for a few years, then it would probably be okay. But again, I'm worried that what's going to happen is that the game will come out, and then they won't, like, do any, like, real DLC or updates for it that are substantial, and then we'll just be, I don't know. You get the point. I'm dragging this part out. You get the idea by now. So, that's it. That's all I gotta say. Ultimate Deluxe, bad, good. Again, final statement. Good idea for the short term, bad idea for the long term. But that being said, obviously, if it comes out, I'm gonna get it. We're all gonna get it. Let's not pretend for a second that even if I think it's ultimately a bad idea, I'm obviously gonna get it. Are you nuts? Of course I'm gonna get it. It's a day one buy no matter what it is. It's Smash. It's like my favorite franchise. I just think it's a bad idea in the long term, but it's still a newer version of Ultimate. It's still a day one buy no matter what. But enough about that. But yeah, the Switch is almost 10 years old. No, it's not. The Switch came out in 2017. It's only 2024. We're still a couple years away from that. I mean, the Switch is old now. That's undeniable, right? I mean, that's why people have been begging and pleading for new hardware, right? The Switch is 7 years old. It is an old console by any definition now. It's not a PS2, like people like to meme it is, but it is old. It is undeniable that's old. The hardware, which was already, you know, not amazing in 2017, is very apparent now. And, you know, it's time. It's time for us to move on, and Nintendo knows it. Because obviously, we know it's coming. Like, obviously, there's been rumors and speculation for a Switch 2 for a while, but obviously they announced... You know, Furukawa put out that tweet during the investors meeting saying, we will not, the will with a capital W, announce the Switch 2, or Switch successor, as they said, because we don't actually know. Okay, let's make something clear right now. They're not going to call it the Switch 2. We're just calling it that because we all know what that means. It's like the Switch Pro. The Switch Pro never happened, obviously, but if the Switch Pro had actually come out, they wouldn't have called it that. They would have called it like the Switch Max or something. They wouldn't have called it the Switch Pro. We just called it the Switch Pro because everyone knew what that meant. It meant more powerful Switch. It was an easy shorthand, even though they were never going to call it that in reality. And I think that same thing applies for the Switch 2. The Switch 2 is not going to be called the Switch 2. It's going to be called something else, but that's what it is, right? Like, that's what it's going to be. It's going to have a dock. It's going to have Joy-Cons. It's going to be backwards compatible with all your... It's a Switch 2. It's a more powerful Switch. It's basically going to be the Switch Pro we never got, but better than the Switch Pro because it's an actual new console instead of a mid-gen upgrade. But yeah, the point is, yeah, the Switch is old, undeniable. But the Switch itself is not 10 years old yet. The Wii U is 10 years old. In fact, the Wii U is like almost 12 years old now. It's 11 years old right now, but it's going to be 12 years old. Actually, yeah, it's going to be 12 years old in a couple months, in November. Now, that being said, there is one aspect of the Switch that is almost a decade old. And that is the chip. The infamous NVIDIA Tegra X1. That processor first came out in early 2015. So while the Switch itself is not 10 years old, the chip that's powering it is almost 10 years old. It was a cutting-edge mobile chip in 2015. It was a middling mobile chip in 2017, and now it's just a very slow mobile chip compared to literally any modern device that exists basically at all, right? Any modern smartphone made in the last, like, 5 years will destroy it. But that's to be expected, obviously. But, yeah. Yeah, Odyssey came out 7 years ago. Splatoon 2 came out 7 years ago. Breath of the Wild came out 7 years ago. ARMS came out 7 years ago. Xenoblade 2 is going to be 7 years old in a few months. It's honestly not going to be that long until Breath of the Wild is 10 years old, and that's going to be weird to people, I think. The concept of Breath of the Wild being 10 years old. We're not there yet, obviously. 2027, but it's going to be here before you know it. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I mean, Smash 4 is now 10 years old. Mario Kart 8's 10 years old. Splatoon 1's going to be 10 years old next year. Speaking about new hardware, since I haven't talked about this yet, even though I really don't have that much to add to it, because, I mean, everything that's been said about it has kind of already been said, but it is new in comparison to some of the other stuff I've been talking about the stream. So I guess I may as well go ahead and throw my two cents into the ring real quick. So obviously, the other day, we got the announcement of the very much rumored PS5 Pro, a piece of hardware that people have been kind of back and forth on. I mean, as someone that had a PS4 Pro and an Xbox One X, I definitely would like to have a more powerful system. And I wasn't against the idea of having a PS5 Pro, although I will say, like a lot of other people, I was kind of in the camp of, do we really need it, though? It'd be nice. I wouldn't say no to it, but it doesn't feel as needed as it was in 2016, 2017, you know? But obviously, we were going to get it one way or another, and we do have it. What no one expected, obviously, was the very infamous price tag. Now, I had seen the rumors that it was going to maybe be $600. And I was kind of like, you know what? I'd rather it be $500 with the disk drive, like how the PS4 Pro was $400 with the disk drive, when the PS4 itself launched at $400 in 2013. Like, I wanted that again, but I wasn't surprised that it was going to be more expensive. But what I was hoping for was $600 with the disk drive and then $500 without the disk drive, or even better yet, just don't even have the digital-only model. Because I'm of the opinion that a PS5 Pro, there shouldn't even be a cheaper version of it, if I'm being honest. There should only be the one version with the disk drive. Because if you're buying a PS5 Pro, you care about physical, so you're going to want a disk drive anyway. So offering the one without the disk drive, to me, is pointless. But that admittedly is maybe a bit of a hot take there. I don't know. But anyways. What was I saying? Yeah, so, see, I was kind of, I was thinking best case scenario, realistically, is $600 with the disk drive. That wouldn't have been my ideal price, but it would have been, like, fine with it. That would have been okay. I could live with that. Maybe if they wanted to be pushy, they'd do $600 without the disk drive, and you'd have to spend $700 to get it with the disk drive if they really wanted to push it. Well, Sony decided to go one step beyond that and do $700 without the disk drive, and even though they don't officially sell a model that comes with it, in practice, it's like $800 with the disk drive if you want to buy the disk drive attachment yourself. And as someone that has a PS5 with a disk drive and has physical games that very much I still want to be able to play, that means I'm buying a disk drive, which means that for me, it's an $800 console, basically. Well, okay, technically it isn't really, because I'd be selling the PS5 in order to get the PS5 Pro, so it would probably be more like $400 really when it was all said and done. But the point is, it's $700, $800. Everyone's talked about how ridiculously stupid that is, and there's nothing else I can really add to that, because, yeah, it's really stupid. I mean, people memed, right? It's still a meme to this day, the $599 US with the PS3. Well, I guess Sony decided, why don't we do that again, but worse? Because at least the PS3 had a disk drive for that price. Oh, and there's also the stand thing. The stand thing doesn't bother me nearly as much as the disk drive omission, but there's also that too. But yeah. So $700 with no disk drive. For a console that is faster, but not faster by enough to really justify that price tag. If it was $600 at the disk drive, even, I wouldn't have loved that. But it would have been like that would have been like the furthest thing they could have realistically pushed it. But no, they didn't do that. Now, is the PS5 Pro gonna stay $700 forever? No. It will probably come down in price because the thing is probably not going to sell enough units. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's going to sell like no units. It's going to sell units, especially at first. But in the long term, it will probably not sell as much as they want, and they'll have to lower the price. And when that happens, then I'll probably get one. My current plan is Obviously, at the current price tag of essentially $800, that's a no-go. That goes without saying. But that's not a big deal, because the Switch 2 is far more important to me than the PS5 Pro is. So I'm putting all the money towards that right now. And that's going to be coming out, you know, March 2025, most likely. But there is one thing I would like to have a PS5 Pro for. And it's probably for the same reason that most people want one. A little game known as the Grand of the Theft of the Automobiles in the year... Well, we don't know what year it takes place in. Probably just modern day. I was trying to make a stupid thing out of this. Point is, you know, that's the big thing that people are talking about. It's like, oh, like this is gonna be like this is the console you buy to play GTA 6 at 60 FPS. And there's been debate about whether or not that's actually gonna happen because of the fact that it's still using the same CPU and stuff. And either way, it's gonna be the best way to play that game for a while because the PC version of it is obviously not gonna be coming out till later. So, my intention is, I'm not going to be getting it anytime soon, obviously. One, because of that price tag, and two, because the Switch 2 is a much higher priority. But maybe towards the end of 2025 or 2026, when GTA 6 comes out, maybe we get one then. Especially if the price is lower, but we'll see what happens with that. So yeah, I mean, again, I really don't have much to add. I mean, I think the console itself is fine. I think PSSR is going to be a cool technology. You know, it's going to be a big improvement over FSR for console use, because obviously consoles don't get DLSS. So PSSR is going to be neat. It'll be cool to see like the backwards compatibility improvements with the current games and stuff. And it's got. I will give Sony credit on one thing. It includes 2 terabytes of storage, so they at least give you more storage for the price tag. I will give them that. But still, $700. Without a disk drive? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Sorry, Sony. Maybe down the line, in a few years, when GTA 6 is out, and maybe the prices are a bit lower. But then again, at that point, we'll have to see how close we are to the PS6, so... I don't know. So yeah, PS5 Pro. I think the console itself existing is totally fine. I don't have an issue with the hardware itself, really. It's just the price tag. It's just the price tag. If it was $500 or $600 with the disc drive, I'd be totally fine with it. $700 without the disc drive, no thanks. But then again, that's what everyone else is saying, and for good reason. We've been streaming for about 2 hours and 30 minutes. Just reporting, I guess. It's almost 12:30 right here on the Pacific Coast. Okay, so, you know how I mentioned that I think Ultimate Deluxe is ultimately a bad idea? Well, that being said, you want to know one thing I would very much like in Ultimate Deluxe? The background of this stage to be improved massively. The Minecraft stage, I think, is a really cool idea, and I really like it on paper, but there's one thing about it that kind of kills it for me, or at least lowers its ranking substantially. And that's the fact that most of the backgrounds on this stage are too low res. In fact, this version we're playing on right now is the best one. Like, the background resolution is actually totally fine on this version of the stage. If they all looked like this, it'd be fine. But they don't. They vary in quality, like, by a lot. This one is the best looking background. Then, like, the Savannah biome is, like, the worst looking one for some reason. I don't know why it's like that. Why didn't they just, like, why are the images, like, so low res on some of them? Like, I don't understand that. Like, first, why is an image at all? Why isn't it just a 3D background like every other stage? And second, if you're gonna do a 2D image, why is it not, like, high enough res? Like, that really bugs me on this stage, because such a shame, because it would be like my second favorite stage in the game otherwise. My favorite stage is Mementos. Absolutely love Mementos. I think it's an awesome stage. I think it looks great. I like the hazards on it. I love that it has the 3 different forms for the 3 different games. I love that stage. It's probably my favorite stage in Smash history, if I'm being honest. But it's definitely my favorite in Ultimate. This stage would be like a solid second place if it wasn't for the backgrounds being low res on like half of them. If the background was 3D and therefore it looked good, or if the background images were just much higher res, this would be like my second or third favorite stage in the game. As is, I still like it, but it's definitely like lower than it otherwise could be. It's like really, so that's something I definitely want them, like, if Steve comes back in the next game, whether it's deluxe or a new game, whatever, if he ever comes back and therefore this stage comes back, please, please, please either make the background actually 3D or just increase the resolution of the background by like 3 or 4 times so it actually looks crisp. Do that, and then I'll be good. The only other thing I would say to change is add another transition or another background option. Like I'm kind of surprised they didn't do that. You know, we got a bunch of different biomes, right? And that's great, but they didn't do like the most obvious one. They didn't do another one. How do you not do another one? Like, that seems like one of the most obvious things you do for like, oh, we're gonna have different forms, they're gonna be different why would you not do the Nether as one of them? The Nether is like so distinct, right? It's its own area. Did someone leave? Someone leave, or what? Well, I'm not sure what happened. It's a 2:23 here. I've been noticing a good amount of Japanese names popping in. That's interesting. Really makes me question, if there's this many, are they actually Japanese? Or are these just people with Japanese names? I don't know, but kind of interesting. I mean, I've had Japanese names in these streams before, but I don't think there's ever been this many. But yeah. I really like the Minecraft stage on paper. It's just, yeah, fix the background quality and add like another form, and I'm good. That's what I would change. Everything else about it is fine. You should play Minecraft. Have I ever streamed Minecraft before? I don't think I ever have. I'm trying to talk here. What would be something that would get me to want to stream that? I'm not really sure. Minecraft is the kind of game that I like to just kind of play while I'm listening to a video, you know? Actually, speaking of Minecraft, oh, I just realized something I haven't talked about yet, and it involves Minecraft. That also came out not too long ago, and that, of course, was that trailer. I mean, again, I really don't have much to add to it. It hasn't kind of already been said by everyone else, honestly. I mean, I think the animated world itself looks good for the most part. They're clearly trying to maintain that, like, blocky aesthetic, but not, like, too blocky. Like, you know, it's kind of like a middle ground between it being, like, realistic, but still clearly looking like Minecraft. I think that part looks fine for the most part. And honestly, I don't even entirely hate the animal designs. They don't look great, obviously. They could be better. But I can tell they're trying to look like the game to some extent. It's not as accurate as, say, the Mario movie is to Mario, but, like, I can tell there's, like, some level of effort there. Now, the main problem with that entire trailer, obviously, as has been pointed out 1,000 times, it's not really the world, it's not even really the animals, in my opinion, even though I know people don't like the sheep. I'm not in love with it either, but, like, honestly, it could be worse. It's not Sonic. It's not OG Sonic movie. It's not. I know there have been people have talking about it being that bad. No, it is not. It is not that bad. I went back and I rewatched that old Sonic trailer, the one that got pulled down because of how bad the reception was before they redesigned the character to fix it. Like, yeah, no, it is not that bad. It is nowhere near that bad. It's not good. I'm not going to say the sheep design is good, but it is not the 2019 Sonic movie original design. It's not that bad. That's an exaggeration. The real-life characters, though, yeah, that. I mean, I know everyone's talked about it, and there's really nothing else to say about it, but, like, they literally just took Jack Black, threw him on a green screen, and put him in the blue shirt. And they're like, because now he has the blue shirt, therefore he is Steve. Like, really? Like, my issue is not Jack Black being in the movie. My issue is that they literally just took him and threw him on a green screen and put him in a blue shirt. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I was ever gonna see the Minecraft movie. I mean, no matter what happened with it, I was never gonna watch it. Anyway, but I don't know. I don't think that movie's gonna be a complete disaster. It's not gonna be Borderlands. It's not gonna be Borderlands, which I also haven't seen. Then again, who has seen it? But, you know, it's not going to bomb like Borderlands did. Minecraft is way too big of a property to bomb as hard as Borderlands. But I don't think the movie's going to be good either. But I also don't think it's probably not going to be as bad as people are going to make it out to be, but it's not going to be good either. I don't know. I mean, obviously we'll see. When's it coming out anyway? Isn't it like 2025? I don't know. I'm not going to see it probably. I doubt it anyway. Unless there's, like, a big change that happens. Although it is kind of interesting how Jack Black is kind of becoming, like, you know, the video game movie. You know, he's like showing up in all these video game movies. You know, obviously he was Bowser in the Mario movie. Then he was Claptrap in the Borderlands movie, and now he's Steve in the Minecraft movie. He's snapping up all these video game IPs like Infinity Stones. There's a meme that already has that in there somewhere. Remember that guy that looked like a Minecraft dirt block? No. Like from what? Like from like is that like from something I'm supposed to like know? Wait, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Okay, so honestly, it's kind of like weird. I've had Mario Wonder for like the entire year, and I still haven't played it. I've been having this bad problem recently where I've been dragging my feet playing games that I've had for a long time now. Like I have FF7 Rebirth on disc. I have Mario Wonder and Mario RPG. I have Persona 3 Reload through Game Pass. And then I put off playing Spider-Man 2 for a long time, but then I finally played it like a few weeks ago. And I've been... Or actually, no, I started it back in like March. And then I didn't play it again for like a long time. Then I finally went back and played it a few weeks ago and finished it. And I've been dragging my feet playing all these other games I have. Like I haven't played the Thousand Year Door remake yet because I have all these other games I need to play still. It's probably a good thing that there's not any games coming out this holiday that I really need to play. I mean, you might say, well, hold on, what about the new Zelda? The new, like, 2D Zelda? I mean, that's cool, but, like, I don't need to play it day one badly. Mario and Luigi will probably be good, but, again, that's not a franchise I have any real investment in at the moment. I've never played any of the previous Mario and Luigi's. It's cool if the series is back, though, after being dead after Alpha Dream went bankrupt, but... yeah. Still haven't seen, still haven't seen Valentine Buster. I'm starting to guess he's probably not going to show up this time around, which, hey, it is what it is. There's always next time, but... what else can I talk about? Talked about Zen 5, I've talked about the PS5 Pro, I've talked about the Switch 2-ish. Well... okay, I haven't talked about the aspect of the Switch 2 I want to talk about. We'll talk about that in a second. I've talked about Marvel. I've talked about... what else is there for me to talk about? This is something that happens every single stream. It's inevitable. But there comes that point in the stream where I officially run out of things to talk about. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, there's that point where I officially run out of things to talk about, and it gets really awkward, because I have nothing to talk about, and then the stream kind of becomes dead and silent. Then again, we've been streaming for 2 hours and 45 minutes, so it's about as normal, I'd say. Once you reach the 3-hour mark, you really do kind of run out of things to talk about. But we're not completely out of the woods yet. Or, sorry, we're not completely out of topics just yet. Because I still haven't addressed the one big thing. The number one thing everyone wants to know at this point. And that is, of course, we are halfway through September. And we know that the Switch 2 is going to be revealed sometime before March 2025, because March 2025 is when the physical year ends. And Furukawa specifically said in that tweet, physical year, not year, meaning that that would be sometime before March 31st, 2025. So the question now is it time? Especially if the console is going to be coming out in March. Is it finally time for us to get that trailer that we've all been waiting to see for probably over a year at this point? But certainly all year, you know? And the people have kind of gone back and forth on it. I think there's a lot of people right now that are kind of like, well, they got Zelda, they got Mario and Luigi, and they got a new Mario Party. Did they really need to announce a new console this year? They really do have enough stuff that they could really ride out this last holiday season for the Switch if they really wanted to. And they're not wrong. This isn't like the Wii U in 2016 where it was on its deathbed, and they desperately needed to announce something new. The Switch is not dead. It's old, it's a bit tired, there's no doubt about that, but it is not dead at all. It's still very much alive, it's still getting games that people want to play. It's not on life support yet. The Wii U, especially the Wii U in the second half of 2016, not so much the first half, but the second half of 2016, it was very much on life support. It was hanging on by a thread, pretty much. The only major game left was Breath of the Wild, and that ended up being a launch title for the Switch as well. It came out on the Wii U still. I even bought the Wii U version when it first came out because I couldn't get a Switch on day one. So I played the Wii U version first before I got the Switch version later when I ended up getting a Switch a month later in April. But yeah, I mean, they really could not announce it if they really don't have to. They really don't have to announce it. I want them to announce it, like everyone else, obviously, but they really don't have to. And for what it's worth, I'm really not dying to see it. I want to see it, but I'm not dying to see it. I feel like in 2016, there was a much bigger demand for seeing the NX because of how much the Wii U was just on life support and so clearly out the door. But the Switch, again, isn't dead. It's old. It's tired, but it's not dead. And again, we're getting a new 2D Zelda. We're getting a new Mario and Luigi. Those are big deals to people. Those aren't, Tears of the Kingdom big, or Mario Kart big, or Smash big, but those are big games. Those are notable games. People are going to be buying those in the millions still. So, like, again, they really don't have to announce it yet. They could wait until next year to announce it. They really could if they wanted to, But the only way that makes sense in my mind is if the console is coming out later than we think. Because the consensus for a while has been that they're going to announce it. Sorry, it's going to be, basically, they're going to repeat the Switch 1 all over again. Reveal in October, big event in January, and then it'll come out in March. That's been kind of the consensus, at least for me. For a while, for a long time, I think. But there has been talks of the idea that maybe it'll come out in April or May instead. We haven't gotten to the point where it's like November 2025, but maybe not March. I don't think that changes it significantly, but I feel like if it's going to come out in the first half of 2025, then it needs to be announced by the end of this year. Now, if they're going to push it all the way to November 2025 and make us wait a whole year for it, then sure, there's not really any point in announcing it anytime soon. They can wait until, like, E3 time. I mean, rip E3, but, June. They can wait until June if they really wanted to, if it's going to come out in November. But if it's going to come out in March, April, or even May, honestly, then I think they should announce it. At least tell us it exists firmly sometime this year. Whether that's this month, or next month, or the month after that, or even the Game Awards. Now, I don't believe for a second that they're going to announce the Switch 2 at the Game Awards. It's not like it's a completely unfounded concept. I mean, we did have the Series X revealed in a Switch, at the Game Awards once, and that was a big deal. But Nintendo has been very on and off when it comes to the Game Awards. Sometimes they have something and sometimes they don't. And I don't think they would announce something as massive and monumental as the Switch 2 in someone else's event. For the same reason why Rockstar announced GTA 6 in their own video and not tying it to the Game Awards, even though they easily could have. It's because the GTA 6 is a big enough deal to justify its own event. Its own reveal on its own. I think the same thing applies to the Switch 2. Nintendo knows damn well they can just announce, hey guys, tune in tomorrow morning, and it'll get like 10 million views in like 24 hours. They don't have to tie it to a Game Awards, or Summer Games Fest, or any of that stuff if they don't want to. I mean, it'd be awesome if it was at the Game Awards, obviously, but they're not going to do that, because they don't have to, But anyways, getting back to the main point here. When do I think it's going to get announced? Now, there is one key thing here that's very important to this whole puzzle of when the Switch 2 is going to get announced. Nintendo most likely, it's still technically possible. We still have half a month to go here. But I think it's pretty dang obvious that we are not going to get at least a full, proper Nintendo Direct this month for one simple reason. Last month, they gave us a partner showcase and an indie world in the same presentation. And the reason for doing that is pretty dang obvious. It's because they're trying to clear the slate so they can have the Switch 2 reveal and not be obligated to have a Direct just so they can announce a bunch of regular Switch stuff still. That's at least how it feels to me, and I imagine most other people. I mean, why else would you do a partner showcase in August? Which, by the way, they never do Directs in August, basically. The last time we got a, like, anything even closely resembling a mainline Direct, and partner showcases are not mainline Directs, but they're still Directs, right? Obviously. So the last time we got a Direct in any form that, like, was, like, substantial in any way was, like, August of 2014, 10 years ago, when they announced Shulk and the new 3DS in a Japanese-only presentation, which, by the way, that is a concept that people that came into Nintendo with, like, the Switch are gonna be, like, blown away by. Like, if your, like, introduction to Nintendo is, like, Smash Ultimate and the Switch and stuff, you're gonna be blown away by the concept of, hey, once upon a time, they announced a Smash character in a Japanese-only Nintendo Direct and a hardware revision in a Japanese-only Nintendo Direct, and they were right next to each other. They opened that Japanese Direct with Shulk, and then right after they went into the new 3DS. That is a concept that would never in a million, billion, trillion, quadrillion years happen nowadays. That'd be absolutely insane. But they did that 10 years ago because things were different back then. That was back when Japan was kind of had priority over the US and stuff. And it was just, things were just really different back then, you know? And I know, because I was there when those Directs happened. I remember when the Japanese Direct came out. I don't think I watched it live. But I did watch it, or at least I watched, like, the first half of it, I think. Maybe, like, not when it was live, but, like, maybe, like, right after it came out. I saw the segment where they announced Shulk and they announced the new 3DS in a Japanese-only presentation. For a modern context, imagine if in 2021, back when, like, you know, Switch Pro rumors were at their peak, imagine if Nintendo had announced a Nintendo Direct that announced Sora and the Switch Pro, but it was in a Japanese-only event. That would be insane, but they did that in 2014. Yeah, and just shows you how much times have changed. Anyways, what's your friend code? I believe, oh yeah, so my friend code is on the About page of the YouTube channel. So you can just go to that, and I'll have all my different things on there, yeah, Xbox, PlayStation, Discord, Steam, it's all on there. Even my Wii U ID is on there, even though that doesn't really matter anymore with the online being shut down. But yeah, by all means, send me a friend request if you want. But anyways, back to the Switch 2. Back to the Switch 2. What was I gonna say? I was talking about the whole, oh, they announced, you know, Japanese only Direct. I was talking about that. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so they did that partner showcase for a reason. They're doing the partner showcase because they're making room for the Switch 2 reveal. There's no other reason to do that. At least to me, but obviously, we'll have to see. I mean, it really feels like we gotta be in... I mean, I did see a rumor, and obviously rumors are rumors are rumors. Obviously, take that for what you will. But I know I saw a rumor the other day that said that the video, like the video, the reveal video, has already been shot. Or has just finished shooting. Because, of course, when they revealed the Switch, right, they had that video where they had all the people walking around and they had the Switch with them and they showed off like, hey, look, there's Mario Odyssey. Hey, look, there's Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Hey, look, there's Skyrim, right? And we had the do you can say that, right? That iconic reveal trailer, right? Ha 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 ha, yeah. Ha 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 ha, yeah. Yeah. Copyright DMC. Okay, but in all seriousness though. So yeah, supposedly they've shot that, like that equivalent video, but for the Switch 2 reveal. Which means, in theory, obviously if they've shot it, that means we're going to be getting it sometime soon. Not tomorrow, but like sometime later this month, early next month. I mean, I don't remember when the video was shot for the original Switch, because I know I had heard about some of the behind-the-scenes stuff for the original Switch reveal trailer, in terms of like the casting process and stuff, but I forget when it was shot. I don't know if it was shot in August or September of 2016. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, obviously. It was 8 years ago. The Switch was announced like 8 years ago. That's how old it is. Okay, I know if you want to be really technical about it, the Switch was technically announced in March 2015 when Iwata said, hey, by the way, we have the NX. That was technically the first time they announced it. And what's funny is that Nintendo actually considers that to be the official, like, announcement, kinda? Because when Furukawa put out that tweet about the we're gonna announce the Switch 2 by such and such date thing, right? There was also a mention of, hey, we announced the NX in March of 2015. So they acknowledged the Switch's reveal to not really be the October 2016 reveal, which is when it was, you know, officially revealed, but it was technically announced as far back as March 2015 when they had that, when Iwata announced that deal with DNA for the mobile games. And they announced that the NX was happening at the same time, even though we were still only like, you know, a few years into the Wii U, so people wouldn't, because, you know, investors were like, are you going to pull, because people were like, you know, hey, is Nintendo going to pull out of the gaming, are they going to pull out of the console business, are they going to go third party? And that was their way of being, no, we're not going third party, we're not going mobile only, we're still going to have a console, see, look, we have the NX, it's going to be coming. That's why they announced it so early, was because they didn't want investors and people to be like freaked out that they were going to abandon consoles. Because people were like, you know, are they going to go mobile only or something? You know, people that for some reason thought that at the time. But anyway. And obviously I did see the friend request on there, so I will accept that probably when the stream is done. But I don't know. I don't think I can do it in the middle of a stream without having to back out all the way from the lobby, so I'll probably do it after the fact. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't play Kazuya that often, so I completely forgot about that. I forgot about that. That was, yeah, it's a really cool thing that I forgot that yeah, Sakurai put in, that like whole like shifting the camera thing. Wait, but it only works in one-on-one, right? It doesn't happen in, obviously it doesn't happen with more players, because then, you know, it would ruin the whole, you know, right? Then it would screw everyone over, right? I forgot about that. Yeah, that's really cool. Alrighty then, so I'm gonna take a little break here, just for a second. I'm gonna go refill water and all that stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and put myself in the spectating ring for a second, and let, you know, some other matches play here. So I'm going to be right back. It won't take that long, maybe like a minute or two. I would go to the be right back screen, but I don't think this is going to be that long, so I'm going to go ahead and not do that. But yeah, I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. No one started a battle? It's kind of weird. I thought there was going to be, someone was going to start something. Alrighty then. So yeah, we're about to hit the 3 hour. Actually, no, we have hit the 3 hour mark. We'll keep going. Probably for another hour. Once we hit like 2 a.m., I'll probably be when we cut off. I think 2 a.m. is probably long enough. But I'm not ready to stop just yet. Ooh, LAFAD, you haven't said anything in a while. I didn't know you're still here. Reached 82 KOs. That's something I've never really paid attention to. I know that's been in the games for like forever. I know it was there at least in Smash 4, that little like thing at the bottom where we have like the little medals and stuff. Never really, it's not really something I really paid attention to. I mean, I know it doesn't matter. It's just like a fun little thing, but I have no idea what I have right now. Oh, that's fine. It's not a big deal. What the? Oh, Joe Biden. Not for long. Not for long, Biden. Like a few more months. Oh, wait, hold on. I heard a sound effect. Dang, I can't see the name because there's so much stuff on the screen. But whoever just followed me on Twitch, I think. Thank you for the follow. I can't read because the thing popped up a little. Reggie thing popped up. I couldn't read the name. Oh, Roxas, never fought you. Hey, someone on Twitch. Hi, you're the first person in the Twitch chat to comment so far. In case you just joined in, I'm not sure if you have or not, but I'm actually streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. Most of the conversation has been on the YouTube side. So no one's said anything in the Twitch chat yet. So you're the first person in this 3-hour stream to say like a real thing in the Twitch chat. So thanks, and again, thanks for the follow. I haven't streamed on Twitch in 2 years. I've been streaming mostly on YouTube for the last 2 years. This is my first time streaming to Twitch in 2 years, and you're the first real person that's not a bot to say anything. I have had 2 other bot comments this stream, but you're the first real person. Anyway, enough delaying here. I never play as Incineroar. We'll play as Incineroar. How you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. Which one are you, by the way? I assume you're one of the people in this lobby or you're about to join. Oh, you're not in here? Okay, then. Well, either way, still, thanks for showing up, then. I've kind of burned through all my topic ideas, though. I've kind of... What was I getting to before I took my little break? 'Cause I just went on a little break here. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was talking about yeah, Switch 2 release date stuff. But yeah, I know it really does feel like, you know, we got to be near that time. Again, they did that partner showcase. There's no reason to do a partner showcase at the end of August unless you got something planned at least sometime soon. But then again, they have enough stuff for the rest of the year. They really don't have to announce anything if they don't want to. I don't know. Obviously, like everyone else, I'm hoping we get an announcement of some kind sometime soon, but I don't know. They really could make us wait for a while. Can you come in? Yeah, of course. It's an open lobby. That's the whole point of the stream. If you want the ID, it's right up there at the top of the screen. So, by all means, join on in. But yeah, but if you were to ask me, specifically, if you were to ask me, when specifically do I think they're going to announce the Switch 2? I would say probably not. Okay, here's something I will say. I don't think we're going to get anything this month. I don't think we're going to get anything this month. And I know that sounds weird, considering that I just went on about the whole, but they did the August partner showcase to clear out. I know I said all that, right? But again, my feeling is that they're going to try and follow the Switch 1 release cycle pretty much to a T. And when was the Switch 1 reveal trailer? It was like in the middle of October 2016. So that would, I think it was October 20th or 21st. I don't remember exactly. It was either the 20th or the 21st. They announced it the day before. I know that. In fact, I remember what I was doing when they announced it. I remember I was playing, of all games, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, of all games. I know, kind of random. I was playing that, and then all of a sudden I saw, like, a tweet or a notification on my phone from probably Game Explain. I don't know. It's been forever. That was like, and a Nintendo NX is going to be announced tomorrow or whatever. And I was like, what? And I immediately dropped what I was doing. And I was like looking, wait, what? And then I saw the tweet. I saw that picture of Mario behind the curtain. And it was like, oh, shoot, it's really going down. It's really going down. And then I immediately stopped what I was doing. And I rushed over to my room because I was playing in the living room at the time. And I recorded a video that's like, hey, guys, the NX is going to be announced tomorrow. Because back in the day, I used to do, like, news videos, especially back in, like, my early days. Like, if you go back to 2015, like, I did tons of news videos for, like, Nintendo stuff at the time. And I did news videos up until, like, 2016. In fact, that video where I was like, hey, guys, the NX is being announced tomorrow, I think that was one of my last news videos. I kind of dropped doing news videos after that point, but... yeah, I remember I rushing over to my room so I could record a quick little video to be like, hey, guys, it's going to be announced tomorrow. Tune in for the stream I'm gonna do. Which, by the way, if for some weird reason you want to watch my reaction to the Switch when it actually happened, the stream is still available. I don't know if it's public, but it's in my reaction playlist. If for some weird ass reason you want to go watch it, I mean, I'm just saying you can. I'm not saying you should, but you can. That was back in the days when I kind of where I had like a funky like layout for the that was back when I had like a funky kind of layout for like my streams, and that was also back when I used a webcam. I'm not a webcam person. I haven't used a webcam on a stream in a very long time, and I have no real intention of doing it again. It's just something I've never really cared for. I really prefer to just have the voiceover. That's just me, though. But that was in one of my old streams where I had a webcam. And it was an old, crappy webcam, too. But hey, it's what I had at the time. I do have a much better webcam now, but I haven't really used it for anything yet. But I do have it, though. And it is a lot better than my old one. So if I wanted to, I could. Here's what I can say, though, in regards to me using a webcam. I think the one thing that would get me to use a webcam is if I could have a... okay, so you know those streamers that have like a green screen background so they can just have themselves in front of the game they're playing? I have a green screen. I've had it since 2016. And I have messed with it several times, but I've never been able to get like the perfect kind of layout I've wanted for like a stream. But I've messed like offline trying to get like a stream setup going where I could have, you know, myself, you know, sitting in the chair in front of a game or whatever. So I don't have to be in a little box. Because I don't want to be a box, right? I don't want to be a little box in the corner. I want to have it be a green screen thing. But the problem is I don't have the lighting for that. I don't have the lighting to really do that. And I don't want to buy a bunch of ring lights just to do that. So, I don't know. It's something I'm probably not going to be doing anytime soon. But I do have a much better webcam, and I do have a green screen. So, if I wanted to try that again, I absolutely could. In fact... you want to know the reason why I have a green screen in the first place? I did think about that streaming aspect of doing the green screen webcam in front of the stream thing, but you want to know the real reason why I have it? It's because I was thinking, hey, what if I did my own direct? Right? Like what if I wanted to do a direct, right? For some reason. Like if I don't know. It was just, you know, a little idea I thought of way back in the day, right? Like, what if I wanted to do my own direct for some reason? For whatever reason, right? Well, if I'm going to want to do that, then I need to have a green screen, right? So I can have myself in the thing, right? Because that's how it at least used to work. I mean, it's not as much of a thing nowadays. But, back in the Wii U 3DS era, right? We had a Reggie and a Wada and Bill, and they were regular figures, on those directs. Whereas, nowadays, we got, Takahashi. We have Koizumi sometimes, but they don't really do that much. But, being, that's the reason why I bought the green screen, was so if I wanted to do my own direct or whatever. For some reason. It's just something I thought of back in the day, even though it really was never going to happen because I don't make enough videos to justify doing a quote-unquote direct to announce them. But, it was just a fun whatever thing. And then I eventually came up with the idea of, oh yeah, I could do the green screen thing for the stream, and that would be much more practical. But that never really materialized either. I don't know. But again, I still have that green screen. I'm never going to get rid of it. So I'm always going to mess with it every once in a while just to see if I can get better lighting conditions or whatever. And if I can come up with a use case for it, maybe I'll try it. Maybe one of these days I'll actually do a stream with it. And maybe if I like it, we'll use it, and if I don't, we won't. But, I don't know. But, for the time being, I like being the guy behind the camera, not the guy on the camera. At least for something like this. And it's probably going to stay that way. Okay, I did see your Discord invite. Project Plus and the Melee Discord. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, considering what we talked about earlier. Actually, yeah, that Melee Discord used to be the Legacy XP Discord, but then when Legacy XP shut down, the person that owned it changed it to be like a Melee-focused Discord. I don't use, like, any of the Discord chat. I follow a lot of, like, Discords, but I don't actually talk in any of them. I've never really been like that. I basically just use Discord for updates and for talking with, like, the handful of people that I actually talk to. It's, like, the only thing I use Discord for. Like, I follow all the emulators. Like, I have Ryujinx and Simu and Dolphin and Project 64. And, I got the Pretendo Discord. I got the Smash Ultimate Modding Discord. I got the HDR Discord. All of them are on there. They're all on there. I don't talk in any of them, but I just have them for, like, the updates, the announcements. That's, like, the only reason I have them. I don't ever say anything in them, or even look at them, really. I just have them for like, the announcement tab. For, like, hey, big new update came out. And so I'm like, oh, okay, there's an update for this. And now I know to download it. That's, like, the only reason I even follow them. I actually do have my own Discord from a long time ago, but I haven't used it in a very long time because... honestly, running a Discord's really pointless unless you're, like, big enough to justify it, because, like, back in, like, 2017 I launched it, and I got, like, a couple of friends in there, maybe a couple other people from Twitter, back when I used to use Twitter, but it didn't really work out, it didn't really materialize, and it's just, and, eventually it just died, and, now it's just, like, there's no point. There's no point running a Discord, plus do I really want to deal with all the different issues that could potentially come from having a Discord server these days? No, not really, so I'm just not gonna bother. I still have that old server, but it's private and no one uses it, and it's basically been dead for 5+ years. And I have no interest in really reviving it for anything other than a glorified, like, voice channel. That's the only reason I'd ever resurrect it, it's just for, like, voice channels for something, but I don't talk to, like, anyone nowadays. I really just talk to, like, one friend, pretty much, for the most part. And obviously for that, I don't need a Discord, I can just do the DMs and stuff, so... yeah. But yeah, So yeah, I guess the last thing I got, I guess just kind of wrap up that Switch 2 conversation. I mean, I think that we're not going to see anything this month. If we do get something this month, I think it's going to be a very loose... Okay, so... Now, this is only a few years ago, so you guys are going to all remember this. Remember when we had the September 2021 Direct, and we didn't get the last... Because at that point, we only had one character left in the Fighter's Pass, right? We had gotten Kazuya at E3, and the last character in Volume 2 had yet to be announced. Well, we didn't get that character, which of course ended up being Sora. We didn't get Sora in that Direct, but we got Sora not long after, right? So what they did is they were like, hey, we're not going to announce the new character in this Direct, but we're going to announce him in a week in like a Smash-only presentation. I think they would probably do something like that. They'd be like, hey, we're not ready to announce it just yet, but we're going to announce it soon. Stay tuned, kind of thing. That's what I'd expect if we get anything this month. Otherwise, nothing. But October, November, that would be the time, 100%. If it's coming out in March. If it's coming out in, like, April, May, maybe they could push it off a little bit. But if it's coming out any time in that first half, it needs to be. It needs to be. Then yeah, it needs to be sometime announced this year. And I think with that, I've kind of exhausted all my topics at this point. There's nothing else I really have to talk about. It's one of the reasons why I don't stream as much as I used to years ago, because, like, when I run out of things to talk about, the streams kind of get dull and boring, at least to me, so that's why I kind of only do them, like, you know, every once in a while, like, maybe every, like, month or so, because I don't want to run out of things to talk about. Back in, like, back in, like, 2021, 2022, I used to stream, like, way more often. And because of that, I would, like, run out of things to talk about really quickly, and the streams would get kind of boring and dull, and no one would watch them. That's the reason why I haven't done one of these streams in, like, over a month. I wanted to, you know, wait for time to pass, so I had more stuff to talk about. It's not that I don't like doing these streams, they're fun, but I don't want them to be boring, because I don't have anything to talk about. Did you hear about the PS5 Pro? Absolutely, and I already talked about it earlier in the stream, although I didn't really have that much to add to it that people haven't already said. I mean, but if you want to recap, since obviously you weren't here for that part, essentially, I was never against the idea of the PS5 Pro. I know that a lot of people were, because a lot of people are of the opinion that, like, the PS5 still hasn't been fully utilized, right? That's been the whole criticism, right? Is that this generation still hasn't really started, even though it's been like 4 years, right? Because there's still so many games coming out on the PS4 and Xbox One, and even if they are exclusive, they're not like that big of an improvement for a lot of people, and there's not that many of them, and people have talked about that to death, right? Everyone's talked about all that stuff to death. But going back to the PS5 Pro, I was never against the idea of it existing. I mean, I had a PS4 Pro, I had an Xbox One X, I thought those were good, worthwhile upgrades. The Xbox One X was the clearly superior machine, but they were both nice to have, and I didn't regret owning them. But I could totally understand why people wouldn't want a PS5 Pro in an environment where the PS5 still doesn't really feel like it's truly gotten off the ground for a lot of people. You know? Whether it's not having that many exclusives, the game's not looking that much better, a lot of games still coming to the previous consoles, the fact that, you know, when the PS5 first came out, it was unobtainium, right? You know, it was like over $1,000 on eBay. You know, it was a scalper's paradise. You couldn't buy one for over a year. I know. I tried. I was on the nowinstock.com. I was following the Telegram notifications. I did everything in my power to try and get one for, like, a good year, and it wasn't until I think September of 2021 that I finally got sent I finally got sent an invite from Sony to be like, hey, we're gonna be doing this like PS5 like thing on our website. You got like an hour, da, 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 da. And the second that happened, I immediately jumped on that and I was able to order one, thank God. But anyways. But yeah, so, you know, the PS5 and Series X, but more so the PS5 in my opinion, but they both had this problem. You know, they were kind of unobtainium at MSRP for like a year or two. So there's been a lot of contributing factors, right? There's been a lot of contributing factors to why people have been resistant to the idea of a PS5 Pro. And then the PS5 Pro got announced. It had been rumored for a while. We knew about PSSR, which is, you know, of course, PSSR, if you don't know what that is. If you've ever heard of DLSS or, you know, FSR, XESS, you know, on the PC side of things, you know, those are their, that's NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel's, you know, upscaler. Upscaling, you know, is a big part of gaming these days, for better or for worse. That's a whole other topic of another day. I know there's a lot of people that can't stand upscaling, or at least can't stand bad upscaling, but again, it's a whole other conversation. Point being, PSSR is Sony's proprietary upscaler that's made for the PS5 Pro. And that's awesome, and that's great, and it's supposed to be a lot better than FSR, which is currently the only upscaler outside of, like, you know, I know Insomniac has their own proprietary upscaler that's pretty good, but, you know, but in terms of universal upscalers that every developer and console can use, the only one that really exists right now is FSR. And FSR... Okay, as someone that has an AMD graphics card, you know, reputation is kind of... It's in quality mode at 4K, it's okay. At lower resolutions, it's not great. The point is, it has some work to do. It has some work to do. Yeah, it has some work to do, but anyways, getting back I'm getting off track here. Point is, PSSR, we knew about that. That's coming with the PS5 Pro. That we knew about that months ago. That was leaked a while ago. We've known about the PS5 Pro for a while. That's the main point. Whether people wanted it or not, it was coming. It was very obvious that it was coming. And then it finally got announced a few days ago, obviously. And the problem with the PS5 Pro is not the power of the system. It's not really like the system itself is not really the problem. I mean, we can debate, you know, whether or not it's a big enough leap to justify its existence all we want. It's faster. It's not massively faster, but it is genuinely faster as far as we can tell. Obviously, the console's not out yet. Once it comes out, obviously we're going to get, you know, benchmarks and stuff, and Digital Foundry is going to do their big 1 hour analysis, and that'll be great, and I'm going to watch that when that comes out, but, you know, it's faster. It's faster by enough that I'm going to probably want to get it at some point. But, of course, the big thing that just made the PS5 Pro land like a big, fat rock was the fact that it is $700 with no disk drive. And obviously, people still, to this day, talk about, you know, the famous PS3 reveal, right? When Kaz Hirai said the famous, iconic, and infamous $599 US, right? And that haunted Sony for years. People still talk about that to this very day as, like, the moment when, like, the PS3, you know, kind of, you know, that was the thing that really got the stumble out of the gate. I mean, it launched later than the 360, and it was, like, way more expensive than the 360. I mean, to be clear, Sony turned the PS3 around, right? The Sony, by the end of the generation, by, you know, 2012, 2013, the PS3 was good. I mean, okay, I wasn't really around for that generation. Like, I didn't have a PS3. I didn't even really, I didn't even really have an Xbox until, like, very late in the generation. I was mostly a Wii kid during that generation until, like, the very end. Although I did play the 360 at my cousin's house. They had a 360. They were all in on Xbox. They had an original Xbox. They had a 360. When the Xbox One came out, they got an Xbox One. They've all transitioned over to the PC now, but they used to be like they were Xbox. That was their thing they had. You know, we had, you know, the GameCube and the Wii, and then, you know, we were the Nintendo family, and they were the Xbox family. You know. But anyways, I'm getting off track again. Point is, you know, this going back to the $700. That's the main talking point here, right? The PS3 was $600 at launch, but at least it had a disc drive. This console is $700 and it doesn't have a disc drive. You can buy a disc drive for it, but it's going to be like another $100 basically. So it's basically it's an $800 console. Needless to say, they did not go over well with like literally anyone from like every side. But both the people that wanted a PS5 Pro and didn't want a PS5 Pro unanimously hated that $700 without a disc drive price tag, and for good reason. And I mean, I still want a PS5 Pro, but I'm obviously not going to buy it at that price tag. Especially because I have a disc drive PS5. I have disc games. I have Persona on disc. I have, FF7 on disc. I have Spider-Man on disc. And I still want to buy disc games. When Spider-Man 3 comes out, I want to buy that on disc. When FF7, Requiem or whatever the heck Part 3 is called, I'm going to want that on disc. When Persona 6 comes out, I'm going to want that on disc. So I'm going to want a PlayStation with a disc drive still. So that means if I want to upgrade from my current PS5, which is the launch PS5. I mean, I didn't get it at launch, obviously, as I explained earlier, but I have the original PS5, not the Slim that came out last year with the detachable disc drive. So to go from the original PS5 model to the PS5 Pro, I'd have to buy a disc drive unit. And while that realistically wouldn't be $800, realistically, it would not be $800 because I'd be selling the current PS5 to get it. So it'd be probably more like $400, but even still, especially with the Switch 2 on the horizon and that being far, 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 far more important to me, yeah, it's not happening anytime soon. Maybe when GTA 6 comes out in a year or two, maybe then it'll be a bit cheaper, maybe then it'll be more reasonable, but until then, I'm going to be sticking with the current PS5. So there's my whole spiel on the PS5 Pro again, since obviously you weren't here earlier. Romez, I'm gonna go to sleep. Bye. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, well, you said it was like 2 something earlier, so yeah, it's probably like 3 or 4 now. So yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, thank you for joining in though. It was cool talking with you, and hopefully I'll see you again in one of these. Yeah, I'm probably going to go for another... I'm going to go until we hit 2. Like 2 my time. So right now, on the Pacific Coast, which is where I am, it's 1:24 a.m. I'm probably going to go until 2, and then we're going to call it then. Maybe 1:45. We'll see. We've been streaming for long enough. I really could just call it right now if I wanted to, but... I think at this point we can give up hope on Valentine Buster showing up at this point. I don't even know what time zone he's in. It's been so long. But whatever time zone he's in, I think at this point it's probably not happening. But hey, when the next one happens, I'll be sure to let him know, and maybe he can join in on that one. So who's still here? Is anyone still here? Is LAFD... dang it, I can't talk because I've been streaming for too long. LAFD, are you still here? I wouldn't be surprised if most people have left at this point, considering how late it is. You are still here? Cool. That's not someone's still here. I'm not sure if that guy on Twitch is still here or not. Yeah, I don't know why I just did that. But yeah. I really have just run out of things to talk about at this point, so we'll probably, yeah, we're just gonna ride this out, do a couple more matches, and that'll probably be that for this stream. Unless I can think of something else to prolong the stream with. But I really don't think there is anything else to talk about. I really think I've talked about everything at this point. You know, it would be kind of funny. Because it is possible if Jay actually showed up. Because he has shown up at times I wouldn't have expected him to show up before. Who knows? I know he showed up in the last Smash stream near the end, I think. But that's because I think he gets up, like, early. And he lives on the other side of the country, so... I don't know. Yeah, we're probably not going to go too much longer, though. I think we've pretty much, you know, I've pretty much said all I can really say, and I feel like we've been streaming for enough time. I'm not, like, really ready to be done, but I kind of feel like we should be done. You know, I don't want to drag the stream out longer than it needs to be. And as far as... Now, here's one last thing I guess I can say. Is I think I can safely say that this Twitch multi-streaming thing has worked out pretty well. I haven't had any issues. Connection's been solid. I haven't had any dropped frames or encoding overload. Looks like it's working just fine, so... I think that means that going forward, we're probably just going to do multi-streaming for pretty much everything, I imagine. The only downside to doing that is I have to take a hit in quality if I want to maintain parity in terms of latency. That's the only downside. Like I mentioned way earlier, if you want to have the lowest latency on YouTube, you have to go down to ultra low latency. And the problem with that is, officially, you can only go up to 1080p. You can technically do 1440p. It is technically possible to do. It is technically possible. However... it's kind of finicky, and also YouTube complains at you. They'll complain at you in the dashboard. Hey, this resolution's not supported. Please lower your resolution. So it's like, I'm just not going to bother. So from a practical perspective, you're limited to 1080p for ultra low latency. So no 1440p or 4K goodness for YouTube. But to be fair, if I'm being honest, as much as I want to be able to stream at 1440p and 4K, let's be real here, none of you guys give a dang. You guys are all watching on your phones, and you're going to be... It doesn't matter. Oh, that's the part I will fully 100% acknowledge. None of you guys watching this stream are going to care or benefit or notice from me streaming at a higher resolution with a higher bitrate anyway. So, I've got to pick between lower latency and therefore more interaction with the chat, or worse latency but better image quality that no one that watches this is going to notice or care. Latency is going to win. At least for now. Obviously, the second that YouTube allows you to stream at a higher resolution with that lowest latency without any downsides, I'll do it. But for now, I guess that means we're going to be going down to 1080p. Because I've been streaming at 1440p on YouTube for quite some time at this point. But I think we're going to be going back down to 1080 to maintain this parity with Twitch, at least for the time being. Or at least for these streams. Maybe for the reaction streams, we'll still do 1440p or 4K. But for the gaming streams like this, we'll probably just do 1080p on YouTube and not have to take the hit in image quality for the lower latency. But it is what it is. And again, like I said, probably 3 times at this point, you're probably sick and tired of hearing me say, realistically, none of you guys are going to care anyway. And that's fine. But it is what it is. Cabbage72, welcome to the stream. You're kind of joining near the end here. we're probably not going to be streaming for too much longer, if I'm being honest. We've been streaming now for about 3 hours and 40 minutes. And it is 1:31 a.m. here on the Pacific Coast, so... My hard limit right now is 2 a.m. That's the furthest we'll go. If we get to 2 a.m., that's when we're stopping. I could technically go as long as I want. It's not like I gotta do anything tomorrow or anything, but... One thing I might need to change with this layout, though, is if I'm gonna have both YouTube and Twitch, then maybe I should have a thing on the screen so people can see each other's chats. You know? A lot of YouTubers do that if they multi-stream, right? They'll have, here's the YouTube chat and Twitch chat, so people that are watching on one stream can still see the chat from the other. Maybe I should do that, but then I have to... I don't know, but every time I've done a stream layout, I've never really liked it that much. I've never stuck with it. Like, if you're wondering why the stream is just the game, and that's like it, there's no webcam, there's no text, well, aside from the ID at the top, it's because every time I've tried to do a fancy layout of any kind, I've never stuck with it. I've always used it for a little bit, and then I eventually stop liking it, and I just stop using it. So it's like, you know what? Yeah, the stream is basic, it's just a voiceover with gameplay, and that's basically it, but you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Not saying it'll be like this forever. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I might fiddle around with doing green screen webcam stuff again, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna stick with this basic layout, at least for the time being. You know, I just realized something that should be like incredibly obvious. I've mentioned a couple times this stream how it's odd there's like so many apparently Japanese players. I don't actually know if they're from Japan. They could just be, you know, guys over here that just changed their names to Japanese. But there's been a lot of what appear to be Japanese people on these, and I've been wondering why, and I just realized the obvious reason why. Time zones. Just because it's night over here doesn't means that, you know, it's night over here, but it's day over there. That's why they're here. I don't know why I didn't think about that. That's so incredibly obvious. Yeah, it would be kind of cool if I could see what region they were from. Because I remember Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U. I think the Switch version changed this a little bit, but I know on the Wii U... Actually, no. Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U would tell you what country they were from, and they would also tell you what state they were from. But on the Switch version, it's just the country. It doesn't say the state, if I remember correctly. I don't know if there's anything like that for Smash. Like, if I could actually tell if they're from Japan or not. I don't think you can. I don't think that's a thing. Hold on. Let the guy pick his thing. And also, I want to change. I haven't done a me in a very long time. Well, using me. I don't know. What do I got in here? Tony Stark makes you feel he's a cool exec with a heart of steel. That's Iron Man, full jets ablaze. He smites and fights his repulsor rays. That song is stuck in my head, dang it. I haven't messed with me's in a long time. Some of these are downloaded, some of these are mine, actually, but I don't know. Most of these are downloaded, though. Got a bunch of memes in there, obviously. Oh yeah, I think this Steve is from before Steve actually happened, by the way. So I must have made that in, like, 2020, or downloaded that in 2020, I should say. Well, oh, no, before... He came out in 2020. You know what I mean, before. Oh yeah, Leo, yeah, back when Leo was, like, the big deal in, like, 2019 or whatever. Anyway, I'm delaying. I don't know. Oh, I just realized something I haven't talked about at all that maybe ties into this whole Switch 2 thing, but maybe doesn't. We didn't get a Pokemon Presents last month. We've had a okay. So you know how we've had a September Direct, we've had a September Direct, like basically every year since 2016. But we've had an August Pokemon Presents like every year since like 2020, I think. But we didn't get one. We're just curious because, of course, we have a big new game on the way. We have Z to A coming. And it's very curious that they didn't do a Presents and didn't show off Z to A in any form yet. We still haven't seen the game, by the way, if you really think about it. Because one thing I think is very curious is that every time they have announced a Pokemon game, we've gotten to see it. For better or for worse. We've gotten to see it, right? When they showed us when Let's Go was announced, when Sword and Shield was announced, when Brilliant Diamond Shine Pearl was announced, when Legends Arceus was announced, Scarlet and Violet, when they were all announced, we got to see the actual game. We got to see gameplay. But when they announced Z to A, we didn't get that. We just got a CG trailer of wireframes and a Pikachu running around or whatever. That's all we got. We didn't get actual gameplay in any form whatsoever. We have no idea what the game even remotely looks like. The only thing we know about it is that it's in Kalos. Or, sorry, we know it's in Lumiose City. That's in Kalos, but you know what I mean. That's the only thing we know about it. That's it. That's the only thing we know. It's in Lumiose City, and that's it. We don't even know when. I mean, my prediction is that it's going to be in the future. Like, Legends Arceus was in the past of Sinnoh. I think this is going to be in the future. And because of that, I think we're going to see old characters show up again. But that also depends on how far in the... Like, obviously, if it's, 100, 200, 300 years in the future, then obviously we're not going to see anyone from the original game at all. But if it's like 10, 20, 30 years, then we could totally see existing characters show up. And there's no way they wouldn't do that, because people are going to want that. Now, I never played X and Y. And therefore, I have a pretty neutral opinion on Kalos and those characters in general. I know, obviously, some of them are popular. Serena being probably the most obvious example. But I really have no... And that's mostly because of the anime, anyway. But I have no real opinion on X and Y or Kalos, because I never played those games. I never watched the anime or anything like that, really. Well, okay, I did watch the first couple of episodes of X and Y way back in the day, but that was about it. I will say, though, that it is weird that they're doing a Kalos game of all. Like, they didn't do Unova, they didn't do Johto or Hoenn, or... No, they chose Kalos. Of all the regions they could have chose to do a new Legends game for, they chose Kalos. A region people don't hate, but they don't really care about either. I don't know, it's weird. I don't know. Or at least that's the perspective I have. Again, I don't follow the Pokemon community, like, at all. So this is all purely off of just random stuff I've seen over the years. So take for that what you will. I'm sure one of these days I'll play X and Y. Just for the heck of it. As far as I can tell, it's a pretty... It's pretty much... It's a Pokemon game. It's the most It's a Pokemon game I think that probably exists. At least, again, from an outsider's perspective. That being said, though, I am curious to see what they do with Z-Day. Like, how they're going to handle the fact that they're only going to have one city for the entire game, how they're going to make that work, and obviously how the game's going to look after what happened with Scarlet and Violet. I think it will probably look better just because they only have to focus on one city instead of a whole region. So that's probably going to help them, but obviously we'll see what happens with that. And again, I'm curious about how further in the future it's going to be, and therefore, if we're going to see old characters again. Are they going to do what they did with Legends Arceus, where, Ray and Akari, which are the two main characters of that game, are like predecessors or ancestors of Lucas and Dawn, are they going to do that, but the reverse, so that the playable characters we get in Legends Z to A are going to be the descendants of Caleb and Serena and whatever? I don't know. The whole thing is just very strange. I'm very curious to see how it pans out. But getting back to the point I was originally talking about, that Pokemon Presents that we didn't get last month, is it makes you wonder, is the reason they haven't shown it because they're saving it for the Switch 2 reveal, and it's going to be one of the games that's in there? Like when they do the little, like... Because again, you know how in the original Switch reveal trailer, they had those shots of all the people using the Switch, and they would occasionally be like, hey, look, here's a game, here's a game, here's a game. Like they had that one, like, woman that was on the rooftop, and they were like, hey, look, here's Mario Odyssey. Look, there's the desert world. And it was like there for 2 seconds, right? Like, are they going to do that for Z to A, where we're going to get like a little tiny, like, 2-second snippet of it in the Switch 2 reveal trailer? But the problem with that is that would imply that we're going to be getting a Switch 2 version of that game, right? But I don't think we're going to get a Switch 2 version. I think that's just going to be a Switch game still. Obviously, it'll run on the Switch 2, and therefore, by default, it will probably run better. But, like, there's not going to be a Switch 2 version, so to speak. I really doubt that there's going to be, and I think that would probably be a bad idea, all things considered. You know, Game Freak does not need to split their workload between 2 different versions. They don't need to do that. Get someone else to do that, maybe. Or, I don't know. Now, another reason they may not have shown it yet is because they actually, and this might sound like something that's hard to believe for people, they might have actually learned a lesson. Oh, look at this. Oh, that was kind of funny. Maybe they've actually, learned a lesson from how poorly Scarlet and Violet's visuals were received. And they're actually, wait for it, putting more polish and time on the game before showing it to us. That sounds like a crazy concept, but again, they showed us every previous Pokemon Switch game the second it was revealed, but this is the one that they didn't show us any of it. They just gave us a CG trailer. We didn't see the game at all, and we still haven't seen the game, and they announced it at the beginning of the year. Well, maybe not the very beginning of the year, but they announced it, like 6 months ago, and we still haven't seen it. And it's supposed to come out, well, people assumed it was going to come out in early 2025, but now I'm starting to think it's not gonna. Now I'm starting to think, wait, maybe they actually are gonna delay it beyond where it probably would have released before. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if it gets delayed, then that's a good thing. I don't think anyone's gonna complain about a Pokemon game getting delayed. It can only help. It doesn't mean the game's gonna turn out amazing, but it can only help, right? Even if it's just delaying it by like 6 months, that's still something, you know? It's not gonna fundamentally change what the game is, but at least it means it'll be more polished than it otherwise would be. $145. As far as YouTube concurrence is now dropped down to 1. I'm guessing that's just LAFD, and that's about it at this point. And I don't know if there's anyone on Twitch right now, but yeah, we're definitely nearing the end here. We're definitely in our last couple of matches. Yeah, we're gonna go till 2. So that's about 15 more minutes. That's like what? 3 or 4 matches? Maybe 5? I don't know. But we're definitely in our last couple of matches here. Once we hit 2, we'll call it for the night, and that'll be that. But, yeah, so, yeah, Z to A, it's kind of odd that we haven't seen it yet. Like, really, we haven't seen it yet. And that, again, didn't do Pokemon Presents, and we haven't seen it at all. It makes me think that they're actually gonna take more time this time. Either that or it's a Switch 2 tie-in of something. To be clear, there's still going to be a Switch 1 version. Let's make that crystal clear. If they haven't shown us it yet because of the Switch 2, it's still coming out on the Switch. Let's make that crystal clear. Don't you worry. It'll just be like Breath of the Wild or Twilight Princess. It comes out on both. But, yeah. Maybe they're saving it for a Switch 2 reveal trailer. Maybe they're just waiting because they genuinely think they should just... because they genuinely need more time. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really into Pokemon at the moment, so, like, I'm not dying to see the next game, especially with how the reception to the last couple of games has been anyway, but... I mean, obviously I hope for the best. And, yeah. I do get a feeling, though, that, you know what? Okay, I'll make a prediction right here. I think we are unironically going to see the Switch 2 before we see Zeta A. I think we'll get the Switch 2 reveal trailer, and Zeta A won't be in it, because it's not a Switch 2 game. It'll be a Switch game still. And then, like, in January of... no, sorry. And then... oh, man. What if they waited until the next February one? That would be kind of funny. They literally announced it a year in advance and didn't say anything. I mean, obviously, if they don't show it until February of 2025 for the next, like, Pokemon Day, I mean, then that means it's not coming out until, like, November. Which, if that's the case, that's good. Again, that doesn't mean the game's going to be awesome, but that's a good sign that they're actually putting more time. That extra year will help it. In fact, I think I mentioned this the last time I talked about, because I did it, because in my last Smash stream, I actually talked a lot about Pokemon, which is kind of funny for a person that hasn't really been in the Pokemon in quite some time, but I was able to talk a lot about it still. And I think I mentioned that, honestly, I wouldn't be against if they just did one generation per console. If that meant the game's improved by a noticeable amount. So that means next generation we get Gen 10 and then that's it until the Switch 3. I know some people would be annoyed by that, but honestly, if that means the games that we do get are better, I think that's worth it. I mean, hey, we're okay with having one Smash game a generation, and one Mario Kart a generation, and one 3D Mario generation, mostly, and one 3D Zelda generation, mostly. Obviously, there are exceptions. So what's wrong with having one Pokemon game? Oh, okay, when I say one Pokemon game, I mean one, like, mainline game. So that means, like, whatever, like, you know, whatever, like, Gen 10 is. And so, like, we could have Gen 10, and then, like, a Legends game, and then that's it. No remakes, even. I would honestly even be okay giving up remakes. Especially because right now I don't think they're really in the right conditions to do a black and white remake. A game that absolutely deserves more than what happened with Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. You know? Like, it deserves a real remake. With the full game engine, not, you know, a 2.5D thing like ILCA did with Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. But obviously, they need to work on some stuff before I think they're ready to do that. Maybe it's because I've been talking this whole time, but I feel like the connection in this stream has been mostly fine. And when I say connection, I don't mean like the stream connection. I mean like the game connection has been mostly fine. It hasn't been fine the entire time. I know that. There definitely were a couple matches that were a little laggy, but I feel like the connection has been generally okay. But that might just be because I'm, like, half paying attention because I've been talking so much. So maybe I haven't been noticing as much, I'll admit that. But we definitely haven't had any really bad matches. Like, the ones where the game is barely playable, we haven't had that at all. We've had a couple skips here and there, maybe, but it's been mostly okay so far. I don't know why I did that. It wasn't really gonna work. Oh my... Okay, I kind of walked in. Oh. Yeah, whatever. (1:52 a.m.) So yeah, we probably got like... I'm gonna say 3 matches. I think we got 3 matches left. That's my guess. Oh yeah, we haven't played on that yet. Oh. Hold on. Wait a second. Let me change character first. I haven't played as Cloud yet. It's kind of odd. Has anyone ever used the mic functionality in this game? Because you know how up there in the corner the mic is like turned off? I remember... Okay, this is going to be a bit of a throwback. But if you guys remember the 50 Fact Extravaganza, and Xander Mobus proudly stated, "You can use a microphone on the gamepad." Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I want to see that next time around. I want another 50 Fact Extravaganza. That was fun. I know we kind of got one for Ultimate, but it wasn't like a proper, like, direct. Because, like, the 50 Fact Extravaganza was a Smash Direct, basically, but it was just hosted by Xander Mobus instead of Sakurai. But it was essentially a Smash Direct, right? And that's where we got Mewtwo announced, right? You know, the famous, you know, Etika reaction, rest in peace. You know, that was from the 50 Fact Extravaganza. And it was basically a Smash Direct. I mean, it was a Smash Direct, but it was for Smash Wii U, and yeah, they got Xander Mobus to do the announcer voice, and yeah, a bunch of, yeah, meme-worthy moments, like, yeah, you can, yeah, oh, microphone. They should totally get them to do stuff like that again. That's fun. That being said, oh, actually, no, this brings up a conversation I feel like no one's talked about yet, actually. You want to know an aspect of the next Smash game that I don't think anyone's really thought about yet? Who's the new announcer going to be? Will there be a new announcer? Because it made sense to bring back Xander Mobus for Ultimate. People loved him in Smash 4. You know, obviously he's cemented himself as probably the announcer of Smash at this point, honestly. No disrespect to the Melee or Brawl announcers, but you know, Xander Mobus really has become the announcer of Smash. He has cemented himself. His voice is super iconic, right? So it made sense to bring him back for Ultimate. But will they bring him back again? Or will they get someone new? That is interesting. I'm kind of split on it. You know, I went through that whole thing about, you know, Ultimate Deluxe versus a new game, but for something like the announcer, honestly, I kind of lean on the side of keeping him just because he's so dang iconic, but at the same time, having a new announcer would help the new game have its own identity, you know? It would give the game its own identity more if it like had a new announcer. I don't think having a new announcer on its own would be a problem. It's just a matter of who do they get. If the new announcer is good, then they'll be fine. But if people don't like him, then people are gonna be annoyed. I mean, people have liked the announcers so far, but again, we've had Xander Mobus for 10 years. We've had him since Smash 4. People are very accustomed to his voice. And there are people out there whose first Smash games were those two. So, like, I don't know. It's just, I really am kind of half and half on that. I like Xander Mobus, obviously. He's a great announcer. He will forever be tied to Smash history, even if he never comes back. And I know for a fact it's not a matter of him not wanting to do it. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever asked him, but I'm sure if someone had ever asked him, would you come back? I'm sure he'd be, hell yeah. It's just a matter of whether or not Nintendo or Sakurai want to bring him back, you know? Although, actually, that might be more of a Nintendo of America decision than a Sakurai decision, now that I think about it. Because obviously, Xander Mobus is not... Well, actually, no. Xander Mobus is the Japanese announcer as well. Like, they have other announcers for other regions, like France and, like, Germany and Italy. They all have, like... I think some of them have different ones. I think. Is it Universal? Oh, I don't know. I know for some of the other games they had different ones. Like I remember in Smash 4, like the one for that was in Spanish, and like if you selected Captain Falcon, it was Capitan Falcon, and it was a completely different person, right? But but the English and Japanese ones are Xander Mobus. So maybe that is a Sakurai decision and not a Nintendo of America localization decision. I don't know. Point is, I'm sure Xander Mobus is down to come back. But will Nintendo or Sakurai want him to come back? I don't know. They could also get one of the old guys to come back. I'm sure people would lose their minds if they heard the Melee announcer again. People would love that. I'd be down for that. His voice is super iconic as well, right? But they'd have to put that filter on him, right? Because, you know, the Melee announcer has that filter. It's not his raw voice. They'd have to put the filter on him to have it sound, like, authentic, right? You know, whereas, like, I don't know who the Brawl announcer is. I don't know who his name is. I think the Melee announcer's name is, like, Dean Harrington. I could be wrong on that. Don't shoot me. But I believe that Dean Harrington is the English Melee announcer's name. He also does the Japanese ones as well. So, like, if you play the game in Japanese, you'll hear Purin instead of Jigglypuff and Koopa instead of Bowser, right? Mr. Game and Watch. yeah, the Melee announcer is up there, too. The Brawl announcer is good. I like the Brawl announcer, but it's really... But the battle of the announcers is really Xander Mobus versus... Again, I think his name is Dean Harrington. Again, I could be wrong about that. But yeah, those are the two contenders for, like, best one. I think they're both really solid. And I definitely think if you weren't going to bring Xander Mobus back, bringing back the Melee guy would definitely not hurt, and people would love that, but I think they wouldn't do that. I also don't know if that guy would be interested. Now, what's funny is the Melee announcer actually has reprised his role, just not in an official capacity. I forget which mod it was, but there is a mod where he came back and actually did voices for the announcer. I don't remember which mod it was, but I know it was probably a Brawl mod. I don't think it was Project M. Maybe it was? I don't know. I don't think it's Project M, though, because I don't think it sounds like him. But I know there's a mod where he came back. Maybe it was Legacy XP. I don't know. It's been a while. But yeah, so, anyways, see, I guess the gist of that little topic is, yeah, I don't know. If they bring back Xander Mobus, that's cool. If they get someone new, that's fine, too. But that's definitely something that's gonna definitely shape the game's identity for people, right? Because people associate those games with the announcer just as much as they do with other aspects of the game, I feel. For the match, we're going to do one more match after this one, and then we're going to call it. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I think that's long enough. It's by no means the longest stream I've ever done, but it's long enough. And I screwed up. I screwed up there. So we're going to do one more match. And that will be it for tonight. Speaking of that, actually, this is completely unrelated to pretty much everything I've talked about so far, but when's it coming out? Sometime soon. The last Grand Tour special. That's going to be a moment right there. I didn't get into, like, Top Gear / Grand Tour until, like, a few years ago, but it's still a shame to see the trio officially be over. But, hey, as Vision once said in Age of Ultron, something isn't beautiful because it lasts. I kind of screwed up that voice, but you get the point. Still, though. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to watch that. I think it's coming out sometime, like, soon. I think, actually, it might be coming out tomorrow. I think I saw an image on the Grand Tour YouTube channel that's like, it's coming out, like, in a day. And they had a picture of, Jeremy and James. They got a picture, and it was like, 1 day to go. It'd be kind of cool. I'm sure that this wouldn't happen. It'd be kind of cool if, like, for, like, the final episode of what's essentially their 22-year career here, if they could have, like, gotten the rights to use Jessica just one last time. Even if it was just the original version. It doesn't have to be the Top Gear version. It could be the original, you know, Allman Brothers version. Like, maybe use it, like, over, like, the credits or something. That'd be, like, cool if they could, like, just use it one last time. But, I don't know. I doubt that's gonna happen. But either way, I'm looking forward to seeing kind of the finale, essentially. I know there's been talks of them maybe doing another show together. That's like they're not doing any more car stuff. That's been the whole thing. It's like they're done with cars. Like they're done with car shows. They're not doing that anymore. Like this is the end of that journey. But there's been talk maybe they can do another type of show together. I mean, I'd be down for that. Because as everyone has said 1,000 times over, the reason why everyone loves Top Gear, and to a lesser extent the Grand Tour, is not the cars, it's the trio. The trio is that series. We love watching them interact and do things and mess about. Or as Richard Hammond once said in that little reel they had at the end of the season 3 episode of the Grand Tour, we're on the cutting edge of cocking about. Yeah, I'd say that pretty much sums it up pretty well. So yeah, that's gonna be coming out today, tomorrow, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going to watch it immediately or not, but I'm definitely going to obviously watch that sometime soon. Yeah, after all, it's the end of an era. It's also the only thing I watch on Amazon Prime. We have Amazon Prime. The only thing I've ever, like, watched on it is really just the Grand Tour. Every once in a while, I'll go back and I'll binge, like, all the specials and stuff, including the Top Gear specials. I really should watch Clarkson's Farm. I've heard a lot of good things about Clarkson's Farm. Even farmers really like it. I've heard good things about that. That's also on Amazon Prime. It's basically a pseudo spin-off of the Grand Tour in a way. But, yeah, I don't know. I should watch that. There's like 3 seasons, I think. Or is it 2 seasons and there's a 3rd season on the way? I don't know. Either way, there's a bunch of episodes I could watch. Maybe I should get around to doing that after I watch that finale. But anyway, that has nothing to do with anything we're talking about. That has nothing to do with tech or gaming, really. It's just something I wanted to kind of bring up. So yeah, that finale is coming out very soon. So obviously, if you're a Top Gear Grand Tour person with the trio, obviously you're going to be watching that. If you aren't going to be watching it, then you probably should be watching it. Oh, the game's kind of lagging here on the last seconds here. Pretty close here. There we go. Nice to go out on a win. Alrighty. Oh, man. It is 209A to the M. And that is going to do it for tonight. Sorry, what are their names again? Those are the guy with the, Tom Nook's kids. Or cousins, or nephews, or whatever. I forget what it is. I'm not a super big Animal Crossing person. Sorry. That's going to be it for tonight. Joined in at the last second, unfortunately. So yeah, whew. That went a bit longer than I thought it was going to be. I was thinking this would be like a 2, maybe 3 hour stream. Went 4 hours. Again, by no means the longest stream I've ever done. But still a decently long stream, I'd say. I normally don't stream. I like to keep my kind of range between 2 and 3 hours, partly for the reason I brought up earlier about how I don't want to run out of topics to talk about. But we've somehow managed to I managed to actually keep topics going for most of that, surprisingly, which is kind of neat. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that guy sent me a friend request. I'm going to have to accept that. So I guess, we'll go ahead and do that real quick, because why not? That's a lot of hours on YouTube. There we go. And yeah, so that's going to be it for tonight. So thank everyone for joining in here on both YouTube and Twitch. Thank you, LAFD. Thank you, Romez. Thank you to, let me see who else there is. Was there anyone else? Yeah, Pesos was there for a sec. I'm sure there were other people that came and went, obviously. Thanks to the people over on Twitch. This was my first ever Twitch stream in 2 years. And while there wasn't exactly a flood of people coming in, there was still some people that showed up. So it showed that this dual streaming thing might actually be worth doing, at least for streams like this. Do I need to do a reaction stream on Twitch? Maybe not, but for streams like this, I definitely think that streaming to both YouTube and Twitch might actually be a good idea. So yeah, thank you, Roxas, for the follow on Twitch. He did give me a follow, so thank you for that. And again, thank you to everyone else for joining and playing. That was fun. So, what's the next stream going to be? Well, I am considering, we'll see how this pans out. I think I mentioned this way earlier in the stream, but I did actually plan on maybe streaming the Splatoon 3 like Grand Festival. But I ultimately decided against it because, if I'm being honest, the Splatoon streams, when I did used to do them, like a year ago, outside of the campaign ones that I did before Splatoon 3 came out, no one really showed up. So it's kind of like, why should I even bother? So I just haven't really done them in a long time. That's fine. But because no one's really shown up for most of them, outside of the campaign ones, I haven't really felt like doing them. But considering this is the Grand Festival, I figured this would be an exception. But I think what I'm going to do, if I do stream it at all, is I'm going to wait until probably like the last couple of hours, and then we'll just ride it out into the sunset on that. If I decide to do it at all, and that's obviously a big if. We'll see. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. But we'll see. But aside from that, I mean, in terms of streams, I don't really have anything else planned. Well, okay, actually, hold on. There's one thing I mentioned this again way at the beginning. I do plan on doing a Smash 3DS stream for when the US anniversary happens on October 3rd, because today is the Japanese anniversary, which is the reason why I did this stream today. I didn't do Smash 3DS, but I decided to do Smash today, partly because it's the 10-year anniversary of Smash 3DS in Japan. So on October 3rd, which is the US anniversary, I'll stream the actual game, using like, Lime 3DS or whatever. And we'll, play that, do some Smash Run, do whatever. It probably won't be a super long stream, all things considered, but we'll mess around with that, play Smash 3DS properly for the first time in a long, long time for me. I haven't played Smash 3DS on a regular basis since like 2016, so it'll be kind of neat to go back, especially playing Smash Run, because Smash Run's a lot of fun. I don't need other people to play that too, even though it would be cool if we could get some net play stuff going if anyone's interested. But again, we'll get there when we get there. That was like a half reference right there. I didn't really go in all that. Well, anyway, you guys get the reference. Anyways, so yeah, I might do a Splatoon thing. Maybe, we'll see. But I'm definitely going to be doing a Smash 3DS thing of some kind on October 3rd. Outside of that, though, I mean, obviously, the second we get a Switch to anything, I'm going to do something for that, surely. Whether it, I still haven't done a Switch 2 predictions discussion. I'm long overdue on that. But the problem is that, what can I say about it that hasn't already been said? That's the conundrum I've run into with making videos in general lately, is that's like, yeah, I could do a video on this or do a video on that, but like, what could I possibly add to the conversation that hasn't been said by 5,000 other people better than I ever could? And with a much bigger audience than I ever could. That's kind of been the conundrum. So I've been trying to think, what's something unique? What's something I can talk about with the Switch 2 that hasn't been talked about before to justify making the video? I don't know. Same thing goes for Marvel. I've been wanting to do a Marvel video for a long time at this point, because it's been a long time since I've done a Marvel video. But what can I say about the current state of the MCU that hasn't been said by everyone else? I mean, I do have some differing opinions, but not enough to justify really it on its own. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Again, we'll see. But again, maybe do a Splatoon thing in a few days. We're definitely going to do a Smash 3DS thing. And this is in November. This is a while off. But when Smash Wii U gets its anniversary on November 21st, we're going to be doing a thing for that as well. Yeah, in terms of streams, though, that's really all I have planned. Again, obviously, when the Switch 2, anything happens, we're going to do something for that. Obviously, when the Switch 2 gets its announcement thing, we're going to obviously do that. I don't think anyone's doubting that anyway, but yeah. But yeah, aside from that, not too much planned. One or two things, that's about it. In terms of videos, again, I need to do a Marvel video, I need to do a Switch 2 video. But man, it is so easy to just not make videos. It's so easy to just sit there and just play games and watch videos all day and just not do videos. It's so easy. But I need to break this. I need to break this 2-year stalemate. Because while technically the last video under the video tab that you can actually see on YouTube is like the last episode, the Nincast from last year, which by the way, I still haven't done an episode, a proper discussion video this year at all, because I kind of canned the Nincast and haven't come up with a proper replacement yet. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but again, that's a whole other thing. I talked about that before. I'm not going to bore all of you with that, especially when it's this late. And you're all probably just waiting for me to shut up so you can leave. But, yeah, so streams, Splatoon maybe, definitely a Smash 3DS thing. Videos, stuff I want to do, but I need to actually have the drive to do, or whatever. Discussions are easier than a proper video, but again, we'll see. I definitely need to do a Switch 2 thing with Ethan. That was something we were going to do months ago when they announced when the May thing came out about it's going to be announced by this date. That's when we were going to do it, and it just didn't happen, but anyway. So yeah, I don't know. That's about it. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, not much. I'm really just waiting on the Switch 2 at this point. It's really just as simple as that. I'm really just waiting on the Switch 2. That's the big thing we're waiting on. It's the big thing we're all waiting on. And, yeah. Yeah, so, okay. That's really it. The only other thing I really have to say is that we're probably going to continue to do this Twitch thing, this Twitch dual streaming thing, at least for the gaming stuff. Again, maybe the reaction stuff we'll keep it to YouTube, but for Smash streams and Splatoon streams and whatever gaming stream I do at some point, we'll probably do a dual stream. I see no reason why not to. Yeah, we'll give up a bit of quality in the process, but if more people show up, I'd say that's worth it. And finally, actually, hold on. There's one last thing. So, for the beginning of this stream, I just played the Pokemon Battle Revolution music for the opening. That's kind of been my new, like, getting started soon music for the last couple of streams, right? Well, for this stream, I was going to play a song that I said I was going to play months ago when this happened. So, one last spiel for all you before I will finally relieve you of your duty and you can go to bed. One last spiel, I promise. This is the last one. When I did my July stream, for Smash. Near the end, Jay showed up. Jay being Multimedia Jay. He's a person I've followed on YouTube for the last 8 years. He's pretty cool. He's got a lot of great videos. You should check him out. He's been really into making AI music with the various, Sudo and Udo and whatever programs exist out there. And he's been making a lot of AI music. He hasn't done as many in the last couple of weeks, but he's done a lot of AI music over the last few months. And after that Smash stream I made, he made an AI song based on that stream, and I was going to play that song as the opener for this stream. I ultimately decided against it because it's 5 minutes long and I didn't want to scare people away with a 5-minute song for like the first stream back on Twitch in like 2 years. So I decided I'm not going to do it as the opener. So you know what we're going to use it as? It's going to be the closer. We're going to close this stream on that AI song. And I know AI obviously got a bad rap right now, but I think the song is fun. I think it's harmless. I mean, of all the AI things people to talk about, a fun little AI-generated song that doesn't mean anything, really, in the grand scheme of things, is totally harmless. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, whether or not you guys think the song is good or not is a different conversation, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the AI song existing, and I don't think there's anything wrong with me playing it. Just to get that whole little bit out of the way. I don't know if you guys even care, but just, AI is obviously a very controversial thing right now for a variety of reasons, but this little AI song is so low on the totem pole, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. I'm just making that clear. just to get that whole little bit out of the way. But anyways, I think the song is funny. And I think it's cool that he made it. I already thanked him for making it, but just if by chance he happens to join this stream at the last possible second, I guess. I know I've already said it to you before in like a different stream, on one of your streams, but just, again, thank you for making that song. I think it's kind of fun. You know. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and play that as the outro. Maybe you guys will like it. Maybe you guys won't. I don't plan on using it again. I don't want to run it into the ground. There was a part of me that was like, maybe I should use this song like for every Smash stream I do for a while. But I'm kind of like, nah, let's not run into the ground. Let's not run into the ground. I'm going to use it the once, and then I'm not going to touch it again, at least for quite some time. Maybe way later we can use it again. But I don't want to run into the ground. But we're going to use it the once because I think it's funny. I think it's cool that he made it. So, yeah. Maybe you guys will like it, maybe you guys won't. You guys will have to just judge that for yourselves. And with that being said, finally, this is Logan59XP, and I will see you guys next time.
Streaming forever, and the lobby is open wide. I'm going live on YouTube and not letting the Smash news slide. My fans can all join in, and my haters can suck some rocks. I know that's not how the saying goes, but I'm not insulting any peacocks. Well, I'll stream what I want, cause it's my time, and I'll do what I may. If you don't like the stuff that I'm streaming, well then you can just click away. I went to all the trouble to buy me a Nintendo Switch. So go stick your dong in a cactus if you just want to, bitch. Leave me alone. I just wanna play Smash Brothers in the middle of the night. Leave me alone. I'll just talk about anime until the morning light. Leave me alone. I'm just on YouTube here, just living the YouTube dream. Leave me alone. I got a handful of folks tuning into my random stream. Well, I'll talk about anime dubbing and whether it was good or cringe. I haven't streamed Smash in forever, so it's time to go on a binge. I seem to be getting my ass kicked, but I'm not gonna pout or whine. It's probably because I'm streaming and I've been talking this whole time. Well, maybe I could use some concentration, but I'm not gonna pout. I had no idea I could talk for hours and be such a motor mouth. Oh, let's sit and reminisce of the Smash 4 days and continue our gaming spree. And Multimedia J, you better not make a stupid AI song about me. Leave me alone. I just wanna play Smash Brothers in the middle of the night. Leave me alone. I'll just talk about anime until the morning light. Leave me alone. I'm just on YouTube here, just living the YouTube dream. Leave me alone. I got a handful of folks tuning into my random stream.